Hello again, Struckwop. Welcome back to another day of torture, another day of Torchlight, Torchlight 3, being tortured by the bugs, by the terrible game-breaking bugs where it's still possible to play the game, but hard to have fun. Yet I still will be playing the game because I still have things I want to do in the game. So let's go back to the captain code, to the Cold Hard Curse captain. I've beaten the boss, I've beaten Ordrak, so I finished the story last night, and today I'm just gonna get this one to 60. If I can, I mean, I'm gonna try. With 12 skill points, it's very hard to do most things, especially when I've selected a subclass that's not that great with just a few skill points invested. But I will keep trying to do whatever I can. On this hero that's at least playable compared to the other one. At least I can do something on this hero. But there's not much that can be done. Third day in a row. And we probably won't hear from Perfect World until Tuesday or Wednesday. And even if we hear from them, it's probably gonna take them another few weeks before those bugs are fixed. So basically, the chances of those bugs getting fixed anytime soon are very slim. And it sucks that I'm the only one affected by them. But the only thing I can tell people to avoid is be careful with the Mapworks portals, the Mapworks scrolls, because what seemed to have happened right before I got the bugs is I was doing a legendary Mapworks scroll I got from the new contract. I'm not saying every single map from those scrolls can glitch out on you, but there is a chance that what caused it was one of those, I can show you, one of those Mapworks scrolls from this contract. Where is it even? I can't even find it. One of those supply run maps. So in there I went to a map, I exited the map, I returned to my base, and it was bugged. And I tried reading my log files, but there isn't much information in the log files that can help me figure out exactly what could be happening. But there were a lot of things in there that were errors. There were so many errors in my log files of various things not wanting to load properly, of meshes and things like that. So it's hard to pinpoint exactly what could be the cause. There was one repeating error where it was telling me that it can't load something about a stack pet. So I went ahead and deleted all the stack pets, all the reindeer whatever pets, but I'm pretty sure that wasn't the cause. But just in case, I decided to delete all of those pets from my pet inventory just to be sure. Obviously this didn't help fix the bugs, and on my other hero I still cannot access my inventory. My storage is still only three pages instead of 10. So I still have no idea, and I'm waiting to hear regarding the bug and to who I can send my log files so they can investigate. Shohei is back in saying he's on the Witch Hunter now. Finished all the non-DLC characters. So okay, well, enjoy the Witch Hunter. Enjoy the Witch Hunter. It may not be strongly overpowered like some of the other classes in Chaos Bane, but well, it can still do up to Chaos 8 without a problem on most builds. Oh, I forget, they're still invisible. Come on, come on. Alright, let's see. Come on, come on. It's gonna be so hard to do damage without skill points. I mean, I still do okay-ish DPS, but that's on normal. If I switch to ridiculous after level 60, I don't see this working without some skill points to increase my damage. Just with level 6 ice shield being my only source of DPS, it seems ridiculously silly. Out of the 4 non-DLC characters, Showcase says that the top is Wizard followed by Slayer. Yeah, I could say Wizard and Slayer for me are equally strong, depending on what you want. But yeah, Wizard's easier to play. Slayer requires a little bit more skill, whereas with the Wizard 2-1 you can pretty much face tank most things. Yeah, the shield guy is terrible. He's not fun to play. He does have a build that is viable and works and can clear Chaos 10, but Conrad is just, he's not fun to play. At least to me, he's the least fun of all of them. Even the Witch Hunter is more fun to play than Conrad, even though it cannot do Chaos 10 runs. It's still more fun in terms of mechanics and skills when comparing Soldier and Witch Hunter. Let's see. Archer good on adds but terrible on bosses. Well, summons, for example, summons cannot focus bosses. But with the spinning blade, you can do okay-ish damage on bosses. You still have to do a lot of dodging, which means sacrificing a lot of DPS. Then there's the fact where if you dodge in the same direction where you're doing a spinning blade, right after casting the spinning blade disappears. So there's that fact. So you gotta be very careful when dodge rolling when using a spinning blade build on the scout. But yeah, Alessa is a fun hero, just still kind of underwhelming. Bragi, Eontir and Kiwa so far are my top Chaos Bane heroes, because they just feel fun to play. They have decent builds you can make and can run hard content or make some speedrunny builds with less DPS and survivability for the lower difficulties if needed. Let's keep going. Your Witch Hunter is level 30 right now, and you have a feeling he's gonna be between Slayer and Archer. Well, not if you wanna try doing Chaos 9 and 10. I mean, I've tested all sorts of things on the Witch Hunter, and I can tell you, after Chaos 8, it just becomes useless. It becomes the worst in terms of survivability and damage. I mean, you can try and get a build where he has a lot of survivability, but then the damage would be pretty much non-existent. You can try and get a build with some damage, and the damage will still suck, but you're gonna be super squishy if you go all damage. And it's still not gonna be comparable to the others in terms of DPS. But yeah, if you manage to find a Chaos 10 build for the Witch Hunter, I would be all ears. I would be all ears if you find a Chaos 10 build on Witch Hunter. But Chaos 8 is super easy and nice to do with Witch Hunter. You can just use your dodging skill and that's it. You're just dodging, and you're doing damage as you're dodging, and that's how you can be pretty much speedrunning on the Witch Hunter. Man, I really need to get rid of those boots. I'm gonna lose a lot of crit chance, but it's needed. Right now, I'm getting severely underpowered in terms of defense, and I need that damage reduction. Your legend rank is too low for Chaos 9 and 10. Well, yeah, you need around 200-300 legend rank for Chaos 9 and 10. 200-300 should be fine. If you get 2 of the damage reduction procs, you should be fine. If you have 30% chance in reinforcement and 30% chance on that other one for damage reduction, I forgot the name, not crushing but the other one that buffs you, you should be fine. Those are the 2 most important ones. Reinforcement for damage and damage reduction, and from the other ones, not crushing but the second one that gives you a buff on yourself for damage reduction. What is your legend rank right now, by the way? I mean, if you've leveled that many heroes, that means you haven't spent much time getting legend ranks, because you don't get legend ranks until the hero is max level, as far as I remember. So I'm assuming you haven't spent too much time doing endgame on your characters. If you've been spending your time leveling and testing all the heroes. You're around 150. Well, if you get twice as much, like if you get 300, you should be fine with Chaos 9 and 10 on the builds that are viable for it. But Chaos 8 is good enough to give you stuff. I mean, if you not sure if you watch me when I prove that you can get green items even on Chaos 3. One day I remember when I was streaming, I intentionally did 2-3 runs of Chaos 3 to see how many green items I can get. And yeah, if you're doing upgraded relic hunts, even Chaos 1 can give you green items, although most classes can pretty much do Chaos 5 with just yellow gear, or Chaos 4 with just yellow gear. With red gear, I mean, with red gear. Chaos 5 or 4. One of my eyes is, I'm not sure why, something's happening to it. Ah, shit. Is the map completed? Man, I'm still looking for a goblin dinner somewhere. You just want the achievement. Aha, so you're hunting for achievements. You're not gonna be sticking around too much. That's understandable. That is understandable. Where the hell could this one be? Yeah, the end game in most of those games is repetitive. That's kind of the thing with Wooter games. Chaos Bane, Torchlight, Grim Dawn, Yabu, Path of Exile. In all of those games, the end game is super repetitive and gets boring very quickly. At least in games like Path of Exile and Grim Dawn, you have all sorts of types of end game. Whereas in Chaos Bane and Torchlight, it's basically a very simple whoop. In Torchlight 3, you're just doing Fazir. In Chaos Bane, you're doing... Oh shit, I didn't want to enter, but okay. In Chaos Bane, you're just doing Tower. And for a run, for a quick run, like a short run of the Tower, to get coins, and then doing upgraded relic hunts, and that's kind of a boring whoop. It gets boring quickly. I mean, it's fine for a while, but then you definitely get bored quickly. Because there isn't that much variety of the types of maps. They're always designed in the same way. There isn't a different mechanic. Every map has the same mechanic. Kill a little bit of monsters. Kill the boss. And then wood chests based on how many keys you have collected by killing stuff. Which is not a bad mechanic, but it would have been nice if there were other mechanics added. You spent around 60 hours on Chaos Bane and almost ready to move on. Well, yeah, I mean, for some people could get tired before 60 hours. Some people might end up wasting around 100 or 200 hours before they get bored. Some people get burnt out early and then return later, which is not a bad thing. If you get bored of just playing the game and take a break and then return later on for some more, it's not a bad option as well. But 60 hours is not so bad. Because in those 60 hours you've managed to test all the heroes. You haven't leveled up the final one, but you're still leveling it up, so you're getting there. Do I have this one? Sashige Shiba Inu. That's Sashige Shiba Inu. Sakura Shiba Inu. Black and Tan Shiba Inu. Alright. Let's put it. Leveling up to the max level is sure fun. Learning all those cool skills is sure fun. Oh yeah, it is fun. Oh man, I'm so tired, weirdly enough. But yeah, I spent a lot of time today reading. Oh, my game crashed. Wait, what? Unhandled exception. Exception access violation. Reading address and something something. Okay, send and restart. How did the game crash now? That's strange. I was just about to say I spent a ton of time. Let me quickly check this one if something changed. A ton of time reading my log files, trying to figure out what caused this bug, or this series of bugs, or chain of bugs, or whatever the right way to call it is. Because it was a specific bug that kept escalating and escalating and escalating. It's still here. Are you gonna stream Hired Gun on day one? Yeah, I will stream Hired Gun on day one. Hopefully Hired Gun doesn't have such a game-breaking bug as this one. And tomorrow I probably could stream the game they gave me as a gift yesterday. Satisfy the Grudge yesterday gifted me a game. What was the name? 7 Days to Die. I can try and play this one tomorrow. Seems like it's not a bad game. It's kind of old, but I can try it tomorrow. See how it is. Okay, now Zombie Shop said if you had to pick between Take a Swig, Powder Keg or Broadside for a basic attack build, which would you drop? I only have room for 2 of them. I would select, if you can handle the healing without Take a Swig, take Powder Keg and Broadside. Powder Keg is the best damage. On Curse Captain there isn't anything that's gonna do more damage than Powder Keg. And if you have the item that gives you another keg, it gets even better. And Broadside is also a decent item, especially also decent skill, especially if you have the item for the extra damage on it. So yeah, I would say if you can survive after dropping Take a Swig, drop Take a Swig. If you're having problems, then drop Broadside. If you're having problems surviving.
It's a grab bag. Thanks for the gold.
Man, I want my skill points. Oh man, come on. Well, enjoy it. Let me know how your basic attack build is going, Zombie Shop. Come on. Man, it's taking forever to load this. It's already loaded me into the fort and I can hear the music and everything. Wait, come on. This is taking forever. Well, now we can't even load in, can we? Oh, it loaded. Okay, first Vizier map I've done. Let's actually buy some potions, if the game lets me buy potions. It's not letting me buy potions. Great. Because it thinks I have 0 gold. Okay, this time it loaded a little bit quicker. Although it still hasn't loaded the monsters. Come on, come on. By the way, is this the map I picked? Oh, it is. Okay, at least on this hero it's putting me into the proper maps. Unlike on the other Cursed Captain, where I would select one map, it would go on a completely different one than the one I selected. And I was looking at the walk files, and it was really doing that. In the walk files, it says loading this map affix, loading that map affix, okay, and then few lines underneath it, loading completely different map affixes. It's weird. You're saying Zombie Shop is saying that his damage seems higher than his Dusk Mage. Wait, how does the damage seem? What are you? You might be playing Dusk Mage wrong if the damage seems higher than a Dusk Mage. I mean, yeah, Powder Keg does a lot of damage. Powder Keg does a lot of damage, and it could be higher than some Dusk Mage skills. But if you're stacking Harmonic Form with a bunch of other buffs and items that buff you, Dusk Mage shouldn't be lower overall DPS, especially if you're using things like Absolver or Entropy. Because you can't spam Powder Keg. It has a cooldown. And at best you can do 6 Powder Kegs one after the other, back to back, by having 3 charges and having the item that drops another Powder Keg alongside the one you spawned. But that's a lot of ifs. Whereas Dusk Mage, when you have Harmonic Form, even without getting some meta items, can be super strong with Absolver and with Entropy as your main DPS skill. Even Energy Spike is pretty solid as a main DPS skill. You just group mobs with Maelstrom and clear entire rooms in a second, so easy. Well, how much damage does your Maelstrom do? Or do you mean you clear them out with your basic attack in seconds? Is that not ridiculous? I mean, maybe let's rephrase the question. How much damage do you do per hit with a basic attack? That's probably the better way to reword that question. I'm assuming you're using a great sword for your basic attack build on the Flaming Destroyer. If you're not using a greatsword, then I'm wondering what weapon you're using, because with greatsword on Flaming Destroyer you can get that extra proc from the relic and extra basic attack damage. But yeah, Maelstrom for grouping monsters and then using Powder Keg is pretty strong. But Absolver also can clear out rooms of enemies very quickly if you have good items on it. Obviously you have to have good appropriate items with appropriately high damage. But yeah, if you're using a greatsword, how much do you hit? How much is the highest hit a basic attack does for you? Does it go close to 100,000 or 150,000 at least? As a crit damage, not the regular hit, but the crit damage hit. I'm just wondering, because right now, even if I want to, I can't test basic attack builds because I'm not getting skill points after level 10. So even if I were to test certain basic attack builds on this guy, on the other one I can't do anything either, so even if I wanted to, I won't be able to test it. Even if I make a new hero, chances are it's gonna get glitched and stop getting skill points as well. You mostly play Black Spot, Maelstrom and Double Cross. What about your basic attack? Because you said it's a basic attack build. Or did I misread it? Yeah, basic attack build. I'm just interested in the basic attacks. And Dennis is asking about the strongest class in Torchlight 3. Well, the Realm Master with Bane on a train setup, like my Miasmic train build, is very strong. So far that has been the strongest setup one can achieve. I haven't tested all the setups I can do with Curse Captain because the game is very buggy and it's not letting me. But if you want a sure method, which could be very boring, you can look up my Miasmic Train build and maybe slightly rework it to make it a little bit more up to date with some of the rebalances. Like for example, not using Lantern Flash. You don't need the Lantern Flash tier 2 bonus anymore. So that's the one change, and that would give you extra 4 points to spend elsewhere. But yeah, Realm Master and Bane with Flamethrower car damage stacking. Stacking Flamethrower car damage using minion damage from your relic with Miasma. Keep in mind, attack speed in the game is capped at 60%. Attack speed is capped at 60%. So on any weapon you cannot get more than 60% increase to the basic attack speed. Even if you have buffs that give you like 100-200 attack speed in total from items and skills, it will never go higher than 60%. I'm not sure how much you get with Double Cross right now with your setup, but however much it is, it's never gonna go over the cap. Let me look at Double Cross. Your basic attacks have maximum attack speed. Ah yeah, so that's 60% attack speed. And 60% is still nice, especially on sword and mace. You're basically, and staff, sword, mace and staff, you're gonna see huge speed there in how quickly you're attacking when you max out the attack speed. Okay, nice. Crossfox. I'm pretty sure I've got the Crossfox. Okay. Getting some items. Yes, 60% right off the bat, that's not bad. While building treachery stacks. And it's nice that for a build like that you don't even need that many doubloons. Maelstrom can activate at a single doubloon to do the crowd control you need it to do. Obviously it wastes all your doubloons when you activate Maelstrom, but the thing is, even one doubloon is enough to cast it, and if you just use it for the crowd control to pull the enemies together, that's more than enough. And you can just constantly keep casting it to keep the enemies grouped if they start spreading. Ah shit, now I can't even enchant because apparently the game thinks I have 0 of those resources. See, right now I'm pretty much fucked. On so many ways, in every single orifice imaginable, I'm fucked by the game. I can't access all of my items, I can only access my first 3 pages out of the 10 pages of my stash. So... damn. I can't use the enchanter because the game doesn't realize how many resources I've got for some strange reason. For a strange reason I've got 0 resources. I think the fucking filtering somehow glitched out.
Your pet has returned.
It kind of sucks the way it is right now. Alright, let's see if I can equip some items at least. I could equip this
Your pet has arrived.
and get some extra defense, but I will lose my 1 skill levels to cursed skills. Let's see if I've got a better shield. I mean, I need a shield for extra defense. And mine is pretty bad right now. Nope, no shields either. Okay, I can at least I can do something like now I can get powder keg. Even though I don't have skill points to get it, I can still get it because there's 3 levels from my pistol. I'm literally jumping through hoops. Not literally, but I'm jumping through hoops to get access to skills, because with only 12 skill points you really need to get creative. You need to get creative to get access to skills. And without being able to respec, because the game thinks you have 0 respectacles. Oh no, I don't see the enemy. Okay. At least it's a small map, so it loaded up quickly. Okay. You feel like you're always maxed out on the wounds, so then you can start spending them more often. Keep in mind there's this weird bug where the doubloons keep floating around you. You may have 0 doubloons and have picked up a bunch, and they, instead of going straight to your doubloon inventory, they will just be floating around. This happens very often when you're using your movement skill that pulls nearby doubloons, and it just keeps floating and rotating around you before it goes into the doubloon storage or inventory or whatever it's called. And sometimes, yeah, that just slows down a lot of the DPS if you rely on doubloons. Thankfully, you don't need to rely on doubloons to get DPS. I mean, when you have something that does as much damage as Powder Keg, and you're saying that Double Cross seems to be doing good damage as well, so there's 2 good skills for damage. Broadside is not bad, but it's not great. Probably with that big fish item, Broadside could do amazing damage as well. But if you see the amount of weapon damage on Powder Keg, see at level 3 it's 997. This one's not bad. With those treachery stacks you can get it to, at level 1 it will be 625% weapon damage, which is pretty decent. But this one goes into the thousands. This one wouldn't go into the thousands. At best it would probably reach 1,000 without any double cross damage in your gear. But if you have double cross damage in your gear, a double cross build would be definitely an amazing thing. Oh, this shield should be nice. I can probably use it. Gear Waki, here we go. Okay, moving on. It's starting to get difficult, where my damage pretty much is missing. Then there's the book with skills with charges, where they don't recharge their charges very often. Which unfortunately affects things like powder keg.
Death is upon me.
So bad my damage. Come on. Die already, die already. Ah, fuck. I dodged right into this. Well, I'm doing my best to try and survive without being able to use my legendarium or level up my skills. Come on, game. I really hope it's sooner rather than later that Perfect World starts at least trying to hotfix whatever is broken. Prioritizing the game-breaking bugs, not the minor ones. Okay, while this is loading, I can keep reading my walk files, trying to figure out what could be the culprit. That was quick this time. Well, since I can't socket items, because my socketing is disabled, might as well just take this one. And Zombie says, might rebuild my basic attack character with Cold Heart or Blood Drinker just to get a little more survivability to make up for not having take a swig. Well, you might wanna try Bane as well. It's got a lot of survivability there. Kimboxian says, hey Struck, you ever try? Yeah, I've played Wast Epoch many times. I've played it many times. It's just not a good match for me. There's something in the game that just doesn't sit well with me. It feels wrong when I play Wast Epoch. I don't even know exactly what it is about the game, but there's something that just prevents me from enjoying the game. I do know some things I don't like, but it doesn't seem like it's those specific things that prevent me from having fun when playing the game. But the thing I don't like is, for example, I don't like the way they've designed their arena. The way they've designed their arena seems very boring. I don't like how respecting and trying new builds is. You have to sell your fucking kidneys and your firstborn son to Satan so you can play a new build. The quality of life is missing, and it's fun because it's funny because there's a lot of things that have a nice quality of life. Like they have a ton of quality of life for stash tabs. They have quality of life for the crafting. Although I'm not a big fan of the itemization as much. it has a good itemization. It's not the worst, but it's still very complicated and boring itemization system that they have. But it's still better than many other games. I don't know how their boss fights, some of them are designed to be, well, for tryhards rather than for casual players. And the biggest problem is the performance. Every time I try it, when they say they've improved the performance, I go and it barely has improved. Also, their windowed mode is shit. They don't have a proper windowed mode without the border at the top. Which means I can't see the bottom part of my screen on Last Epoch. There's many things, but exactly what it is that makes me not enjoy the game, I can't tell you. But at least I know some of the things I don't like about the game. But it feels wrong. When I play the game, it just feels wrong. It's missing that oomph factor, the extra juice to keep you playing. It's not there. It's missing a soul. Maybe that's what it's missing. It's a soulless game. Last Epoch, not Torchlight 3. In Torchlight 3, I feel like the soul is there, but other things are missing, like content and quality of life features. The same goes for Wolsen. It's a very soulless game. And it's missing a lot of things. Wolsen is missing content, it's missing quality of life and reworks for the items, for optimization, and it's missing its soul. It's kind of a bland game as well. Let's see. How's my damage reduction? 43% physical. We're getting there, but ideally you want to have 60% physical and around 65 or higher of the other elements via mixing and matching different defenses in rows and in sockets. And that's without any buffs. You want those numbers without buffs from skills and procs. There's diminishing returns with the defenses, with the damage reduction from defenses. But having 60 physical and around 5% more for the elements as a base is a good place. Let's go this way first. What dropped? Firewall. Okay, I could use a new shield with more defense. No, it's not more defense, that's the problem. And since I can't use the socketing, it's actually a worse shield than the one I'm using. Keep going. Oh, I lost my powder keg now because I changed my weapon. Okay, what does the new weapon give me? Dangerous as Vultura. There's something very wrong about activating black spot. The hero like makes a pose, stops, and this stands. It freezes for like half a second or so before it can actually cast it sometimes. Like I'm experiencing some delay with that skill. But I think the biggest problem with black spot is it's only targeting one enemy, and sometimes it's very difficult to target the enemy you want. Would have been amazing if it was AoE. At least for the debuff. The debuff where they take more damage should be AoE. The explosion should be on the main target. That way it would be fair. Sonic Pulse is an AoE debuff. Sacrifice to Goose is an AoE debuff and AoE damage. So and then you have Damnation, AoE debuff, but for the other way around, for them to do less damage instead of take more damage. I'm gonna keep playing on this map so I can get some more XP, because the content's 49, I'm 48. And it's a gearwalky map, so worth clearing completely. Ah, no. I ran out of potions. If only I had rapid bartering. Come on. Come on. How much more of the map is left? I hope there's a lot more, so I can get 49 while still in this map.
Your pet has returned.
Okay. We need some more potions. I can't use my mobility skill. Wish I could. All right. This is nice. Come on, come on. Kill it, kill it, kill it. Let's pick up some more. Still haven't reached level 49, taking a while. Wish I could see my XP. It's kind of annoying when you can't see how much XP you've got. Okay, so It's happening now. Come on, let's group up more. And some more. Now there's this bug where I can't resummon them until their duration expires of my summons, of my Scaly Man. And still not 49. Damn, this map is taking... It's taking a long time to clear, but the XP is not here. And I just killed so many goblins. Should have gotten level 49 by clearing this. At least the minimap is not glitching this time. The overlay map, I mean. Let's see what boss we've got. Oh, this one. Towel face. One of the easier bosses, cause it's just a big brute. That's what it is. Has some solid HP and can be annoying with its damage, but easy to kite. Okay, let's see what it drops. Yeah, the torture continues. Tomorrow I will try to stream a little bit of Torchlight 3. And also I've been asked to play this 7 Days to Die game that they gifted me yesterday. So yeah, I could do a little bit of 7 Days to Die, probably off stream. Don't think it's I'm gonna play enough to stream, but later in the evening I will stream some more Torchlight 3 tomorrow, so keep that in mind. Today we have another 3 hours or so left. 3-4 hours depending. I'm gonna stream until I hit level 60. Hopefully I can do it in 3-4-5 hours from now. It's very slow with this setup. It's very slow because of the bugs. It's just kind of how it is with the books.
Your pet has returned.
Hmm. Uniques. Let's do uniques. Might get some good drops during that uniques map. Oh. And we have a few more days until Tuesday. On Tuesday, Necromunda Hired Gun is coming out, and I will be streaming that on Tuesday. As for builds and content such as builds, until the game is fixed and the bugs are fixed, I can't do anything. My hands are tied. I already would have done one of the builds. One of the build videos would have been done, if not by today, it would have been done 1-2 days from now. But I can't right now because I can't use my other character the way one would want to. Come on. Okay, this is one of the things I never could understand. Why they didn't make a script that prevents two of the same shrines spawning next to each other. It's nice when you get two shrines next to each other, but if they're the same one, it's pretty much a waste. Unless they had a script that lets you add the duration of one shrine on top of the other. So let's say instead of 100% of a shrine's duration, you get 100 plus whatever is left of your current shrine when you retake. So if I have 90% of the duration left and I take the same shrine, I should have 190, but that's not how it is. It's not something annoying, it's not a game breaking thing, so that's not something that would bother people much. But it is worth mentioning that there's just something to be desired with that system. In general, we need more shrines in this game, or we need that. And while the game was still getting development, more shrines would have been a great thing to add. Oh, now I can't even wood. Okay, it was glitching. Alright, let's see. Those here are dying easier than the ones on the previous map for some reason. Maybe they just have less HP. And I'm still not 49. Is my XP stuck? I know visually it seems stuck, but if I do 2-3 more maps and I don't level up, I would know it's stuck. But I should be able to level up with this map. At 48, 2 maps should be enough to level you up. Especially when you're clearing them completely. I'm not sure if I'm stuck at 48, but my skill points are stuck at level 10, which is 12 skill points. I only have 12 skill points at level 48. At 48 I should have 50 something skill points. I don't know the exact number, but I think it's 50 something. Considering you get 2 skill points every 5 levels between 5 and 50. So I should have 9 extra skill points, and I should have 48 plus 9. So 57 skill points at this stage. The XP is stuck at 0%, but it has been like that since level 11. Since I hit level 11. Okay, 49, good. So the levels are not stuck. At least the levels are not stuck. I just can't see the XP and it's bugging me. But the game's tripping so much. You mean the guinea pig? Yeah, I'm fine with being everyone's guinea pig and testing games, so they can figure out for themselves if the games are worth getting and playing. I mean, right now it's hard to recommend my favorite game. It's at a point where I've never expected that I wouldn't have fun in Torchlight 3. Until now I have always had fun when playing this game, but right now I can't with all the weird bugs. If I could re-roll to the December patch, I would do it. Although I wouldn't have the cursed captain, but at least I would be able to play stuff. I just hope they give us some migration too. I hope they fix this bug or bug set. It's a set of bugs that I'm experiencing. Probably there's one reason that caused a chain reaction of things to break. But yeah, I hope they fix this and then they allow us to copy paste our characters from the server to the offline. That's all I need. Oh, it's on console still 30 FPS. Well, that sucks if on console 30 FPS is still capped. And it makes no sense to cap it for new generation consoles. I understand they're capping FPS for Switch and old generation consoles, but the new generation shouldn't suffer from this. The game should be intelligent enough to detect what type of a generation you've got and adjust the FPS appropriately. I've missed some parts of the map and I might go and redo them. It's just this one part, okay. short map, this one. The devs moved on, yeah, and our only hope is that they would assign a small number of people from Perfect World Entertainment or from one of the studios that Perfect World Entertainment is publishing. I mean, we'll see. I just want fixes for the game-breaking bugs. I don't want new content. I don't want rebalances. I just want fixes for the game-breaking stuff. I don't care if they don't fix the bug where I no longer can use my rate walk. And I no longer get charges once I use them up. Because that's not game-breaking. It's annoying. And this bug has existed and has been fixed and then returned and fixed and returned and fixed. It's kind of the bug that keeps making a comeback every couple of patches. One way or another, where skills with charges would stop gaining charges until you reload the zone. It's very sporadic. It doesn't happen all the time, and it doesn't happen on every single skill with charge. Sometimes it would happen on one skill with charge, the other time it would happen on another from your skill bar. But that's not a skill, and that's not a bug that, in my opinion, is high priority. It's good to have that as a priority, but shit like this should be priority, where you don't get your skill points, or this where you don't have access to the legendarium, only the first 5 items. The others are kind of unusable. Or this where you no longer have access to your pet skills, which reminds me I should just switch my pet to one with the right pet skills on. I can just equip one of the other pets that already has 4 skills equipped. And my other hero, as most of you probably have already seen, is the other hero is very unplayable. My other cursed captain. In there I can't even use my inventory. The only thing I can do is wood, goat and fame. And that's pretty much it on my other hero. On this one at least I'm earning wood. At least I'm getting items. But that might change. Maybe with this hero, once I reach level 60, it will get as glitched as the other one. Maybe. I've never been this disappointed in Torchlight 3, but the biggest thing is that they released the patch and left. Instead of releasing the patch and waiting 2-3 weeks so that we can find whatever's broken, the important things to get fixed, and then leaving the game and abandoning it. That would have been the better way to handle things for Extra. You don't just release a patch and abandon ship without just giving some extra buffer time for hot fixes if there's something like a very pressing matter that needs to be sorted out. Come on, game, vote. Also, they didn't let us know that the test server, the public test server, has been open for 2 weeks. If I knew the public test server was open for 2 weeks, I would have started playing and streaming because public test server has no NDA. I think that's the main reason why they kept quiet, is because they didn't want people streaming it early and showing footage of it early. But I could have done a lot of testing during those 2 weeks where I've been playing all sorts of various games. For 1 or 2 days, played this game, played that game. I could have spent that game spending 10-12 hours a day testing, finding bugs and reporting them before they actually did that patch. On the closed test server, I cannot stream because it's forbidden. That's why I haven't for the past month and a half played much on the closed test server. But if I knew that the public test server was patched and playable, if they made an announcement like they normally do, I would have done it. I would have found a lot of bugs and glitches before this patch actually went live. Things like those broken skill points and inventories and stashes and not being able to use enchanting and whatever happened. What's happening now? That's the longest loading screen for today. Man, this is weird. Oh, all right. It's here. Toy Makers 2, as I mentioned, the Toy Makers 2 is very fun. You can have some very fun builds with the Toy Makers 2. I can't use it right now on this class, because on this subclass, because I haven't spent any points into the skill to activate it. And since I don't have skill points, there's not much I can do about it. Let's send the pet to get me some potions. Yeah, if I look at my log files, there are just so many error messages. So many error messages. I can wait at the beginning of this map when it loads. Let's give it some time to load up the monsters. Okay, I think it's ready now. Yeah. Come on, come on. Crow Comic says, hi mate, good to see you again. Quick question as I'm still learning. Can you upgrade legendary gear or you have to farm them? You can upgrade with sockets, but you cannot make blue into legendary. You have to farm, you have to drop the legendary items. And the only thing you can do is if the gear drops with a socket, you can put the socket of your choosing inside. From the ones that are available. Although you have to unlock the recipes, the enchanting recipes. So you can put up to one enchantment on a legendary item. Alright, there we go. You meant like if you have a legendary that's level 10. Oh, you can't increase the level. I wish you could increase the level of a legendary, not just legendary, of any item to a higher. I mean, I've been suggesting something like that. I've been asking for quality of life for itemization for ages. Ever since the alpha, I've been asking for all sorts of quality of life changes for the itemization. And the only thing we got was the Enchanter's Outer and the Enchanting, but that's pretty much it. And from the looks of it, there's not gonna be any more changes, other than maybe fixes, if we're lucky. I wonder what Perfect World will do with the franchise, because they hold the rights to the franchise. And I know they're working on a mobile game called Torchlight Infinite. Or Infinity? I think it was Torchlight Infinite. So I know they have a studio from China working on that game, but I'm wondering whether they're planning on making Torchlight 4. Most likely they won't risk it, especially when none of the original devs would be involved. Most people wouldn't probably even want to touch it. There's so much potential in this game. If they hire the right team, and if that team really listens and reworks a lot of the things majorly, the game can still be salvaged, and the bad name it's made for itself could be erased with enough attention from the right big names in the genre, big streamers in the genre. If they enjoy it, if you make a game they can enjoy, word would spread quickly and people can return. I see it, if the right team is given half a year or 9 months to try and add 1 or 2 more types of endgame, add more quality of life to the itemization, rework some of the things that just make no sense to work the way they do, it could be salvaged and many people could enjoy it. But I don't think Perfect World would wanna invest anymore into this game. Because, you know, those big corporations are all about profit and money. And the least amount of profit, the least amount of money, and the quicker the profit they can get, the better it is for the people with the suits. And the people who are the investors, or whatever you want to call it. That's why I admire small indie studios that are not affiliated with some big publishing company. That's why 11th Hour Games, for example, the developers of Last Epoch, I admire them because they're not reliant on people with money, and they're not being pushed to follow some deadlines by someone who invested and wants a return on their investment. It's much better when you have this kind of approach. And Grim Dawn's developers as well. They're one of the biggest titles in the genre right now, and all of that is self-made. They apparently don't seem to have some sort of publishers, investors. They're their own publishers, from what I know. And Grim Dawn has gotten so much content. 2 major expansions with new masteries, 3 new masteries in those expansions, and so many types of content added throughout those many years. As a premium buy to play game, they've done what Torchlight 3 couldn't. I'm wondering if I should switch to a cannon for some pew pew pew. My crit chance is very bad. I mean, I could always equip Woodsby's boots, but those are so low level. I'm losing so much defense. I was receiving an error message with one of the stack pets in my log files. That's why I decided to delete all the stack pets. Any game can be safe. Look at No Man's Sky. Yeah, I think I've never played No Man's Sky, and I think from what I'm hearing, they've done well to salvage the game, but it still gave them a bad reputation, and there are still many people who are never considering returning the game. But No Man's Sky is just not my type of game, but I'm sure that it's a prime example of a game that did so bad at launch and managed to somehow get a lot of people to return when word spread that they've managed to turn it around. But even if they hire someone to work on Torchlight 3, the things that they do would not be connected to the original designs, to the original team. If it's a completely different team, you would see how it's gonna be a fusion, a mixture of one team's vision and another team's vision, and that I don't know how someone can continue someone else's work. And keep true to the original ideas. But sometimes you don't even need to keep true to the original ideas as long as you retain the original things there and just whenever you're changing something, you make sure it makes sense for the change to be done. Then what's happening with my pet? I can't give him items. And this is so broken.
Your pet has
I wish I had a high level woods beast boots. But there's also so many ways this game can end up heading. They might end up deciding to make it a game with a cash shop. You never know. Now that Extra Games is no longer developing, Perfect World could force the next people developing the game, whoever inherits the development rights, to just add a cash shop and to make it a a pay-to-win game. Or something like that. They might end up making it the new Magic Legends. This is one of the worst scenarios for this game. To sell you contracts as battle passes. I sincerely hope that's never gonna happen, but you never know. You never know. And they could start selling storage space, stash tabs. And selling classes behind wood boxes. Like Magic Legends, putting fucking RNG wood boxes with items that clearly give you an advantage over others by giving you resources and stuff like that, and classes and items. Alright, we got this one. They cannot add mod support. Some people can't realize that mod support is not up to the developers, it's up to Unreal Engine. Unreal Engine is terrible for mod support from what I've heard from other developers. Unreal Engine 4, you can look it up. I'm gonna just Google it. Unreal Engine 4 mod support. Do you think they wouldn't have added mod support already if they could? I'm pretty sure if Extra could, they would have done it. But it's very hard. And as I mentioned, a developer of Ember Heart came once in my stream when I was streaming the game, and I asked him what's happening, why is there no mod support, or are you planning to add mod support? And he said mod support is in its very early stages in Unreal Engine 4. It's very tricky and hard to do. It's not like you cannot add it. He said right now there is a way to open it up to review his source code and add mod support in that way. But but yeah, he said that right now proper mod support is gonna be difficult. But yeah, I found an article which is called "Add mod support to your Unreal Engine 4 game." And that's one way of doing it. And yeah, that would have been nice, because mod support would have meant that the community can take over the game and make it so much better. But again, I've heard that it's very difficult from that developer, from the guy who developed Ember Heart. I can't remember his exact words, but my stream is somewhere on my channel, and in there it's what he said. But yeah, I'm gonna research this. I'm gonna research this to see exactly what it is. But yeah, it would have been nice if they added proper mod support, if they could, even if it was the most basic one, if it was doable with Torchlight 3. I don't know how the case is though. I don't know how the case is with Torchlight 3, and if modding was even possible to add. Let me just quickly Google one more thing. It seems like it's a legacy thing, and it's maybe no longer possible. Yeah, it seems like it might be a legacy thing. Because it's listed under legacy / modding in the Unreal 4 community, Unreal Engine 4 community. So yeah, I'm not sure if it even would have been possible at this point. But if there was mod support, this game, yeah, definitely could have gotten much better. Because if there's one thing the community loves in those games, is modding. There are many talented modders. Just look at Torchlight 2, look at Diablo 2, look at Grim Dawn, and you see what I mean. Those games all have plenty of mods. From minor mods, like quality of life changes, to small reworks, all the way to big mods that are pretty much as if you're playing a new game, like that mod that converts Grim Dawn into Diablo 2, Reign of Terror. Pretty fun mod, as an example of what the community loves making. And look at Diablo 2's mods, like Project Diablo 2 and the Median mod and stuff like that. This is taking forever to vote. To load up my items, and I can't sell them because it's not loading them. Like, I'm moving them, they're not moving. It's desyncing. But that's not the game breaking problem the game has. That's the funny thing. It's not even the game breaking stuff. Alright, let's give it some time to load now. Okay, did it vote everything? Are we seeing enemies? I'm not seeing enemies yet. Let's give them some time to vote. Are we seeing monsters? Apparently there's some monsters, but I'm not seeing them still. Okay, there we go. Fuck, the wrong enemy get targeted. Let me check something. Have I got double cross at my disposal? Don't seem like I do.
You are dying.
Okay, let's see. Man, this one took a beating. Okay, let's try and pull them closer to here. Oh, you're level 50 now. I would need to go and do some of the older maps or repeat this stage a few times to catch up to my level, to the content level, because level is 3 levels higher than me. And someone just subscribed to my YouTube channel, Efe Ertur. Efe Ertur, thank you very much for subscribing to the Struck Club YouTube channel. Welcome officially to the Struck Club. To anyone watching, if you have some questions, feel free to ask about anything Torchlight related, Torchlight 3 related. Okay, let's see. I can try and clear this map entirely for the XP. We go. Okay, nice. This one got bursted quickly. Come on, come on. Ah,
You are gravely wounded.
almost died there. It's because those witches are super overpowered. They have a lot of HP. They do a lot of damage with their whirlpools, their mini maelstroms. Look at that, for like a second, one tick of that maelstrom took half of my HP. One tick. And I have 34% resistance to physical, which okay. It may not be much, but it's what my gear that drops gives me. I mean, obviously it's hard to get a decent gear while leveling. No, no, I didn't want to enter. I wanna keep fighting in this place. Okay. I can't open the chest. Man, did I open it? Because I'm pretty sure I immediately entered the portal by accident. That's the thing about those portals. They designed it to spawn right next to you. They should make it spawn like 10-20 meters away from you. Like if I'm here, spawn it around there, or around here, or here somewhere. And drop the chest where I am, but don't spawn the portal where the chest is. And because it makes sense. Yeah, a simple "Are you sure you wish to enter?" is I've already said that, but the problem with "Are you sure you wish to enter?" it should show up as a pop-up that doesn't cover the screen. That's it. It doesn't cover the screen, but it shows up somewhere like, let's say here as a notification. You have to click it to open the pop-up. Or maybe toggle on off if you want to hide notifications like that or not. Because if you're in the middle of a fight and accidentally click it and you die because of the stupid notification, that also would tilt a lot of people. But it's not just for this portal. The portal that's the most annoying is the portal that you kill a boss, wood the boss chest, and it spawns a portal. And 50% of those portals ask you. So they already have coded script of "Are you sure you want to enter?" But they're not using it everywhere. And 50% of those boss chests maps at the end ask you. The other 50% don't ask you. And you might accidentally click it and exit and miss some legendary items on the floor. I know I have missed a few legendary items that way. Because it spawns the portal in a shitty place near the wood. So that still doesn't solve the issue of a yes-no window. Doesn't solve the issue where the wood is hard to click on because the portal is covering it, or the portal is spawned in a very annoying place. And for every boss zone there is the perfect place where the portal can spawn. And the perfect place where the portal can spawn is the place where the player spawns. Because they already are storing that location somewhere. So they can just take that location from wherever it's stored and just reuse it. You know, when you click on the boss arena, it always places you in exact specific location. That's the exact place where the portal would be best, but it's always far from the chest. Far enough. And in most cases there's like a round circle thingy underneath it, so it would even look cool that the portal is there. That's for the boss arenas. Obviously for this specific zone here, the way it used to work before is the boss used to be at the end of the map. You didn't have those portals spawning when you kill the quest. You had to go to the end of the map. Obviously this was shitty, because you might end up completing the quest here and then having to go back there. You might want to do it like this, going here then going back because you're missing some monsters. And I understand how they just didn't want to do it that way and wanted to get rid of those portals. In fact, long ago there used to be maps with 3 stages. Kill some monsters, go to stage 2, kill some monsters, go to the boss arena in stage 3. That was long ago, and that was only on Mapworks, on Mapworks that you open from scrolls. But those were good times where you could get so much XP from one of those maps with 3 stages instead of 2. And don't get me started on the Hyvit Arena boss maps. It's always one specific Hyvit Arena for the boss map, and you have to walk so much to reach the thing that teleports you down there. The second one is Kronks, but they're using the one for Psora, for small bosses. For regular maps, they're always using the one for Psora. And this is unusual and unnecessary walking from the place where you spawn to the place where there is a portal that puts you into the second floor, into the bottom where the boss is. But those are minor things. It's nothing like this glitch where I can't use my legendarium, only the basic ones, or where I don't get skill points, or where I can't use my stash tabs, only the first 3, or the other bug on the other character where I can't use any of my inventories at all. So minor bugs, minor lack of quality of life is not the game's biggest problem right now. But yeah, there have always been problems with some things that just make no sense the way they work. It's as if the game was designed by 2 separate teams who never communicated between each other and had completely different visions about how things should be. And I know that's not the case. And I know they've listened to us in many of the patches were basically them reflecting on our feedback. Many of the changes that happened in this game were based on feedback. For example, I love the skill system in Torchlight. It's probably one of my favorite skill systems I've seen. One of my top 3 for sure. Because it has so much freedom. It has so much freedom and it's nice, and it has some hidden layers to it with those tier bonuses as passives. But at first we had such a terrible system. Back in the very early alpha days, I can tell you how the skills were. You used to get skill points as drops and collect them. And you had to learn skills with skill points, and the higher the level of the skill, the more skill points it costs until you reach a certain limit, which is super expensive and super grindy. And this was terrible as a system. It was terrible, but we had some passives and stuff back then. Then they gave us a system that was kind of more like the Diablo 2 system, where you have a skill tree that's like this but flipped. Like take this horizontal skill tree and flip it, and then you had to spend 5 points to unlock this. You had to spend a total of 10 points to unlock those, a total of 15 points to unlock those, and a total of 20 points in the specific skill tree to unlock this one. And this also felt wrong, and it felt limiting, and people ended up having to spend points into things that they really don't need. And eventually they got it right and gave us the skill system that we now have, which I'm a big fan of, as I mentioned. So they've taken feedback. Relics. What relics used to be before was an item you can equip, and it gave you the big skill here, the big AoE skill. And it used to level up. As you were killing, it used to get experience and level up. and that was it. It only had this one big skill, and it was very boring. Then they improved it and gave them skill trees, and gave them an active skill. So it still had the relic activation, the ultimate, but they gave them the active skill. For each relic, the active skill was the equivalent of this. So Frost Blast, Venomous Maw, Spinning Blade, what was Sword Smash, what am I missing, and the Electrode didn't have chaotic strikes actually. It had something that's similar to Walkaway Storm, but slightly different as the active skill. So it was the only case where it was kind of different. And then you had a total of 5 or 6, I think 5 passives, 5 things to level up, and you had to pick whether you want to level up one side or the other side. So you had left and right, and left would give you bonuses to this thing, right would give you bonuses to that thing. And it was a shitty idea, and then they reworked it and made it better. And thank you very much for the follow, Vote Hunter Lee. Really appreciate that. So again, based on feedback from players, they kept reworking the systems. Some definitely many people didn't like as reworks, others did. Most of the things they've reworked I've liked. The only thing I didn't like about the subclass system is that it's a permanent choice. And back in the day when they were asking for feedback, I remember Tyler saying, Tyler is the team lead, I remember him saying, well, if the relics would be respectable, we would have to, or it might not have been Tyler, but one of the game designers or Tyler said, if it would not be a permanent choice, we would have to make it in a way where you unspec every single point. Well, why didn't you make it that way? I definitely said that's a good idea back then, if I remember correctly. Or I wrote it in my feedback. I'm pretty sure I mentioned something that letting us respect the relic, even if it meant removing every single point from it, would be better. Would be so much less grindy, not having to level up 5 of every class, and going through that story and level up process. I wouldn't have minded having to spend 10, 20, 30, 40, whatever number of skill points I have invested in my relic, and then talking to my skill station and changing the relic to changing my subclass. Would have been so much better, because this whole permanent change made many people quit. I'm honest, I've talked to a lot of people who just said, oh no, fuck this, I don't like it, and quit when they made this change. And yesterday I was talking about the wife bound system, how it used to be kind of, you get a wife bound item with 20% more stats, and then you have to use a scroll to remove the wife bound status while retaining the extra bonus stats. Which was kind of still not a great system. I kind of liked it more, but it was kind of overpowered and boring, because everyone would just get a wife bound item, and you could actually get wife bound legendaries back then, and then unbind them and have those strong versions of items. I still think a system with durability would have been better than the one we have right now, where you don't completely lose the item, but just have to repair it. To be able to use it again. Would have been so much more user friendly. Newbie, casual friendly, call it whatever you like. If an item breaks and you can repair it, it's much better than it breaking and disappearing permanently. But yeah, that idea earlier that Drum mentioned about double clicking the portal, still good, but sometimes I'm constantly mashing my button right now. I'm not sure if you're hearing, but I'm double clicking when I fight, especially when I have a skill that's spammable, like a basic attack. I don't like holding the button. I'm the type of person that's not gonna hold, but it's gonna be constantly mashing. So yeah, it's a better plan, but it's not entirely foul-proof. But definitely a good idea for those portals to have to double click it. Control and click, Alt and click also could work. Shift and click, no, shift and click would not work because it's a different thing. This is good, but it's not giving me enough defense. $4,500 versus 4,800. Yeah, obviously, since I can't use sockets right now. I wonder, should I equip this for the active skill? The active skill would really help me, but I think even if I equip it, I probably won't get that active skill. Oh, I do get it. It's not as bugged as my other hero where I don't get those skills. But then I'm losing 200 defense. But it's worth it. I think it's worth it as a change. Okay, I think I'm done with this map. Okay, here we go. Release, okay. Nah, see? I wanted to wood the item, I accidentally clicked on the stupid portal. Even though I was holding out. Oh boy. Alright, we're getting more defense now. %49 damage reduction, not bad. I need to put some of that gear. What can I put here? I can put gloves in a chest somewhere. Let's put the gloves, let's put this chest. I wish we had more storage for the Cursed Captain. It's weird how the Cursed Captain doesn't have much storage compared to the others. Oh, actually my storage things are not unlocked. Even if I had them unlocked, it's not realizing I've got resources in my resources tab. It's not updating that information. It's like there's a major problem with my game pulling information from the server and synchronizing that. Like the server is blocking my connection or a port or something. And it's not an antivirus for sure. Because I was playing and then it suddenly stopped doing that. I was playing fine and it suddenly stopped. But yeah, something is just not right. Let me quickly check something. Okay, I'm gonna disable all sorts of antivirus features just to see. Just to see if that would help. I don't think this would help, but it's a long shot, but let's see. Because it makes no sense if for 2 days it works fine and then it suddenly stops. I'm gonna repeat this map for experience. But yeah, I've been reading the log files all day. Even when the game is loading, I out and tap and try to read the log files a little. And try and find something that seems like an error that's important. Has it voted the enemies? I think I should have given it some more time to vote. Never mind. Legendary essence, okay. I need to give my pet some food. Just a moment. Just a few seconds. Come, Sky, come eat. There we go. Alright. Feeding the piggy. Feeding the piggy. Still level 51 fighting 53s. Yeah, this is sort of an interesting challenge, kind of boring but still interesting at the same time, which I don't know if it makes sense for something to be, let's say it's not exciting, but it's interesting to level up with just 12 skill points. Like at this point, I should be using at least a relic skill, one, even if not using the ultimate cold front. At least I would have been using snowstorm or frost blast or the golem normally, and I would have had ice shield maxed out as well, and I would have had probably powder keg maxed out, and maybe some broadside or double cross or whatever. Double cross would have been fun to try. There's a difference to the other one, to the electrode one that wasn't using double cross. No. Oh, let's finish the map, I guess. What would you do to improve Torchlight 3 endgame? I would do a few things. Let me finish this map and I can talk about. First of all, are we talking about improving the current endgame or are we talking about new? Because obviously it needs 2-3 different types of endgame. I think two different types of endgame would be nice, additional. So something like the Uber bosses, or the Nemesis system in Grim Dawn would be nice. So for example, they need to make it so that once you finish the story zones scale to your level +1 or +2. If you're level 60, they're still level 60 just with a little bit of extra stats. The other thing I would have done, which is a drastic measure, would be either removing the challenge bonus from items or letting us upgrade items to our highest reached challenge bonus. But I think the best thing to do with the challenge bonus is to just make it only work in the Fazir dungeon, and that's it. Disable the challenge bonus outside of the Fazir, and then let us level up items obtained outside of the Fazir to our highest Fazir bonus damage bonus stage. Then you can go into the story zones and give us some sort of bounty missions like the Diablo 3 bounties, where there's some special named monsters that spawn in random places in a specific map or a specific dungeon, and you kill them and you get some materials, and then using those materials you can buy a Mapworks scroll that summons a Uber boss. And then this Uber boss you can fight like a boss fight, but very rewarding with multiple chests. Like let's say you fight one Uber boss that requires to kill 5 bounty enemies on the way, and then you get 5 chests at the end. And the boss itself drops some nice stuff. And it would be nice if we get something like, how should I explain it? Something like that's different than the Fazir and different than that system. So similar to I really wanted something like a paywall system, but different than the Path of Exile. Different than the Path of Exile paywall, the Delph. But it would be nice to have some sort of defend the paywall or whatever, where you have to escort it from point A to point C or point D. Like let's say it's point A, then point B is a checkpoint, and you have to defend a wave of enemies at point B. Then you move onto point C, then maybe a wave of enemies at point C, and then from point C you move to point D where there's a boss fight. The payload is escorted, but then there's a big boss fight attacking you, and maybe either the payload becomes invulnerable during that attack, like getting a shield during each of those stages, ABC, not ABC, BC, the BC stages where you're defending. And based on how much damage the payload has took, you get scores, maybe. And then based on that score, you get different amount of chests and rarity of the items in those chests. I mean, that's just, I've had many ideas, and I've written those ideas either in the Perfect World forums, or I've written them on Discord, or I've written them as emails to their team, or I've written those ideas in Note. And a bunch of others. I mean, there's ways to improve the end game. We just need diversity. We need something that would feel different, and we need to make sure that if you do one activity and another activity, they feel different, but they are equally rewarding and can give you the same types of rewards. So you just choose your poison, you choose your way of getting items, whatever fits you. The story zones would scale to your levels, and then there's gonna be you take you know how Diablo 3 has in the story zones bounties. That could work well. Another thing that you can add is nemesis enemies, like in Grim Dawn. In Grim Dawn, if you reach a certain amount of negative reputation, there's nemesis enemies that spawn randomly. But that's a separate thing from the bounties. So the bounties could be used to summon Uber bosses, and the Uber bosses can give you a ton of chests after you beat them. And there could also be nemesis enemies, which could be called not nemesis, but it could be called I wrote it once. I forgot what I wrote. Was it returned? No, it wasn't returned. Echoes? No, it wasn't echoes. Anyways, I had some sort of interesting name. You can call it whatever you want, but those would be special monsters that are new, designed specifically for this, and they would have random locations to spawn at specific zones. Not every zone, just specific zones. The biggest zones. Pick the biggest zones of every act. Like every act, pick 2 big zones. For example, Acrid Plains is a great zone. For such a thing. I'm gonna do another map for XP before I move on to the next stage. And yeah, if you roam around the map and kill enemies that are scaled to your level and get drops around your level, you can farm this way, and then eventually, if you're lucky, you can encounter the Nemesis, or unlucky if you're undergeared. If you don't have, if you've just reached level 16, you're still using like low level items, or you haven't shaped up properly, you might have a trouble beating it. But it shouldn't be something where you need a meta build to beat it. But it would take longer time to beat it, but it should be worth the reward if you don't have a meta build, something like that. I mean, I can do a lot of, if you give me enough time to brainstorm for ideas, I can come up with 20 different types of endgame ideas. Some of them could be similar, some of them could be different. If there's one thing I don't lack, it's imagination and ideas. I've come up with many. And the thing is, most of those obviously are inspired by what I've seen in other games. But it makes sense. You've seen something in another game that works, and you say, hey, this could be better, and it could be different and more fun, and it could fit that game or this game. But in order to have more endgame options, first they need to address the big problem, which is the Fuzzier challenge bonus that's added to items. This was basically extra games shooting themselves in the foot by adding such a boring copy-pasted from Wilson system of getting stronger items the higher you go in the only endgame activity that existed. And it still is the only endgame activity, and right now it's not a bad thing that it exists, but if they were planning on adding more endgame, they would have realized that it's bad to add such a system, because that means every other type of endgame would need to synergize with such a system. And another thing I always want in my games is a survival mode with checkpoints, not like fucking Last Epoch where you can't leave and continue tomorrow, where you have to do it in one go like a fucking zombie that has no life, and not like Last Epoch's arena, but more like the Crucible in Grim Dawn. Look at Grim Dawn's Crucible. That's a good survival mode. It's not endless, so it has an end, which is perfect. That's how it has to be. You can unlock certain checkpoints and start from those checkpoints once you've unlocked them. And there's a decent amount of variety and things, and you can get certain buffs and debuffs and stuff while doing it that are different and change. So it's not always the same experience. And you get rewarded decently at the end. I mean, Grim Dawn right now has some of the most fun types of activities for a buy-to-play hack and slash ARPG with isometric camera. It has those roguelike dungeons where if you die you cannot return, which is fine. Sure, that's okay. If it's certain specific dungeons that are roguelike, that's fine. Dungeons where you can't resurrect, but those should reflect the difficulty of not being able to resurrect in terms of rewards. But yeah, I think Grim Dawn has the most amount of things that can be reworked and remodeled to fit, molded into something that can fit a different game by slightly changing things up, simplifying things, or making things more complicated depending on what. For example, the Nemesis system is too complicated because it requires in Grim Dawn to get that faction reputation, and this whole faction reputation is very boring. Yeah, maybe on your first playthrough it's fun, but when you start creating outs and having to farm faction negative faction reputation, it becomes boring because it's character bound and not account bound. Reputation systems are nice if they are for the whole account. So you have to unlock the things once, grind those things once out, and then your other outs can benefit from it. So that's like something that I think is overly complicated in Grim Dawn. That if another game would do a similar system like the Nemesis in Reputation, it would be better if they just make it account spread. But the thing is, if it's account spread, you wouldn't be able to have a variety of siding with one faction that's opposing another in your first playthrough, and then with the other on the second one. But you should be able to just switch between one and the other for those, for each character, and that should probably be the only one that might need to be switched. I mean, as I said, with enough time I can come up with plenty of ideas when it comes to endgame. See, there are survival modes where you defend against a bunch of enemies, waves, and then there's a big boss coming. But then there's also raid bosses where you have to push through different stages, walking past one map and then the second and then the third. I also had long ago I had an idea of invading the Netherworld, raiding the Netherworld through a portal, entering the Netherworld and attacking the Netherrim, like laying a siege on a Nether fortress. That would require maybe a bigger team than what the game right now has, 4-man co-op. Maybe something that would require 8 people. I mean, doable with 4 people, but with 8 being obviously quicker and better. I also had an idea about the sea monster, a raid where you embark on a journey through the sea to reach the sea monster. And it's unique because you're gonna be fighting on a ship that's traveling across the seas for like 5 minutes, let's say, or 7 minutes. I'm gonna open an image so you can see what I'm talking about. Just a moment. Just let me find where it is. Game content, loading screens. So do you see this map? Do you see there's a sea monster here? So attacking this sea monster, and you're traveling on the ship, and you're defending against seamen, against merfolk. Let's say merfolk. There's merfolk attacking your ship, and you have to fend them off as the ship is traversing. And then suddenly you reach the sea monster, but the captain of the ship gets killed. And now one of the people needs to control the ship. One of the players needs to control the ship, while the other players are manning cannons. And you use the cannons to stun the sea monster. And when the sea monster is stunned, you can stop controlling the ship for like a few seconds and start using ranged and melee attacks, because the monster becomes attackable from melee attacks. Otherwise, ranged attacks could work on it before you stun it, but only ranged attacks. So if you want to use melee, you would have to you would have to use the cannon to stun it. And that would be content that's not for Soul, obviously. I had this idea like half a year ago or so, maybe more. And it's like a kind of unique thing. It's like a never been done kind of thing. The only thing that gets close to it is that dragon boss fight with the flying ship in Guild Wars 2. What was the name? Zantai or whatever? I forgot the name. That black dragon boss in Guild Wars 2's vanilla story before the expansions, where you had to kill that elder dragon or whatever it was called. So that's the only thing that's remotely close to this. And that would have been fun. But yeah, I can come with so many wacky ideas. So many wacky ideas for content. If I had several $1 million to invest into a game, I wouldn't mind making a game with my own ideas, and I may not be a developer and a coder, but I wouldn't mind just giving the ideas. But development is expensive and it takes a ton of time. But I know what I like, and I know there's a lot of people who like the same things I do. And I know if you make a game that I like, that means it's gonna be enjoyed by both casual and non-casual players. So I know how to make... I know what the casual gamers want, and I know what the tryhards want. And the game doesn't have to cater to just one of the groups. It could have things that both of those groups would like. If you ever make a few million, you come find me. My brother is a developer, by the way. He works as a developer, and in his free time he's making a game, but he's making a small mobile game. He's making a small mobile multi-platform game that's very simple, yet it's unique. I'm not gonna review anything because he doesn't want his idea stolen until it's released, because it's something that doesn't exist. It's a never been done type of game. It's not RPG though, but I mean, nowadays it's very hard to make a game that doesn't have some sort of role-playing elements. But yeah, I'm not gonna review what, but when his game is ready, not sure if he would wanna make a bigger one and hire a few people to make another game. But most likely, first let's see what happens when he's ready, when he makes his game. He's been working for several years, 3-4 years maybe, already on his game. But it's gonna be the type of game you can play like for 5 minutes per match, and just play it. It's gonna be the game that's for. It's in the super casual category, something that you can play yourself as an advanced player gamer that's used to all sorts of games, but you could also give it to your parents or kids or your grandparents. Like it's weird that my mother, who has never played games, and my brother's wife, who also has never played games, enjoyed playing the game. My mother even got addicted to the game when she was testing it. And she kept asking him to give him new versions. When he hasn't given new versions for a few months. So if old people can enjoy the game, then it's fun. But it's a super casual game. Like, you know what I mean by super casual. The type like Flappy Bird, Angry Birds, and those super silly games that everyone can play. Obviously it's completely different than those games, but I don't want to review anything. When the time is right, I would do an interview with him. We can do it over at my stream, and we can have dev stream where he plays and explains. He has still a lot of work to do, but right now for the past year he's been working on AI mostly. AI is and polishing the game. He actually reworked the game several times. Rework the core rules, but right now the rules are set in stone, so no more reworking. I think he's working on the AI, and he has this nice goal. He's making the strongest possible AI he can, the smartest possible AI that 50% of the time beats him in the game. When he's playing against the AI, because he still hasn't added PvP multiplayer, but that's the plan, to add matches online. But yeah, and his policy is make the AI as smart as possible, and then if adding new difficulties, just dump down the AI, not the other way around as most developers make it. Most developers start with the base difficulty and then add stronger difficulties, rather than starting with the strongest difficulty and then just making the others easier. Like toning it down from the strongest one. But yeah, I can't reveal too much, because he says that he doesn't mind his idea getting stolen and getting those copy pasted games. Like, you know, whenever something new comes on the mobile games market, there's always a ton of studios from Korea, China, Singapore, etc. that try to copy paste it. And he said, I don't mind if they copy paste the game. I don't mind if they call games copies of my own game. Because people he said that would give me publicity if they're calling other games clones or copies of my own one. He said that's free publicity. So he doesn't mind people copy pasting his game after he releases it. But yeah, it's actually a very, very fun game. Hopefully some of you might find it interesting when the time is right and I do some publicity for that game. It's not your typical looter game. It doesn't have loot and items and builds and stuff, so it's definitely not in my channel's category of games. It's more of a game to play when you're on the move, or when you just want to chill for 5 minutes. Let's say you're taking a long dump. Something like that. I mean, it's a game that you can play anywhere, I guess. But up until now, there is definitely it just doesn't exist. There's a lot of games that have one or another element of his thing, but overly complicated. But yeah, I said that because I wanted to say that if he starts working on another game, on a second game eventually when the first one is done, that probably would be some sort of an RPG game, and I wouldn't mind sharing my ideas and expertise based on the thousands of hours of playing RPGs and knowing what ticks my boxes and what grinds my gears. And giving him feedback for that. But yeah, development takes a lot of time and a lot of money. When it comes to big projects, when it's not like a small hobby project. And thankfully my country has a lot of talented developers. And that's there's a lot of studios here. Sega has studios here. Ubisoft has studios here. Like, I think what Creative Assembly was a Sega studio, if I'm not mistaken. They have studios here. There's like, not sure if you've heard them, Hemimont Games. I think they were the Van Helsing developers. They're from our country. There's a lot of talented people here, and a lot of companies are outsourcing creating studios because it's cheap. The labor is reasonably cheap. Although developers are super well paid in my country for the country standards, it would still probably be cheaper than making a studio in like Germany or America, and having to pay German or American salaries for their standards there. So yeah, thankfully if my brother ends up needing to hire people, there's a big pool of talented people for everything in here. Oh shit, I think I'm at 0 potions. Either that or a bug. Sometimes it bugs out and tells me 0. Then I use a potion and the number changes to like 12. Yes, I have a brother. He's 4 years older. Yeah, I actually don't have potions. Fuck. He works as a developer. I actually used to work in the same company he works before I quit. He works as a developer for a company that creates software for telecoms. The company, it creates software for telecoms all over the world in what, 70 something countries, and has offices. I think I say we, but I don't no longer work there. But the company had offices in like 5-6 countries, but clients all over the world. And yeah, software for telecoms, like services, like what else? Like basically, it lets the telecoms create services or create apps for their. That's the type of software. It's hard to explain it. I can just tell you the name, OpenCode. If you look up OpenCode, you would see like OpenCode Bulgaria, for example. And I used to be in the training and documentation department. I used to help train the new employees. Assist with some with creating documentation for the customers, for the clients, for the people who work in telecoms. Like our clients were telecoms from all sorts of countries, like Egypt, Tunisia, Bulgaria, Greece, Norway, etc. All sorts of countries. But it was super boring of a job. It was so exhausting and like I felt like shit doing that job. And the previous job I worked was in a web hosting company as a support, as a technical support. My previous job, which was my first job after returning home from graduating university. And it was super bad because the way they were treating the customer support agents in my first company, like it was shit. They were treating them like cash cows or whatever, and it was just terrible. The whole company policy, and there were so many dodgy things and so much nepotism and stuff across the company. And in the end, I quit that first company, and then I applied to my brother's company, the company where my brother worked, and they they hired me there. But in the end, that other job also felt terrible and boring. I mean, it was much better than the first one, and the people in the company were more fun and stuff. But in the end, it was still corporate life is not for me. I can't do corporate life. I can't deal with people. So yeah. I mean, if I do something like editing videos and things like that, it would be fun. That I can do. I can sit on the machine, and I don't mind it. But my ideal job is on a fucking stage. That's what I graduated university for. But performing arts and stuff is just you need to know someone. You need connections. You need networking. And I lack that. In my country, I don't know anyone that can get me an audition, for example. Because my country, for example, when I was studying in the UK, it was very easy for me to get auditions. There are plenty of websites in the United Kingdom where there's constantly auditions for actors on stage and film and TV and stuff like that. And that was fine, but when I moved back to my country, I don't know anyone. There's only one or two big agencies, and they don't randomly hire anyone. And it's very hard to without having the connections in my country. It's very hard to get into that type of business. No matter how much talent one person can have, without networking talent, without the right push, the right connections, talent is useless. That's how it is, and it's not just in this country, but yeah, even in the big countries. But the thing is, I never wanted to like make it big or anything. I just wanted to make a living from what I enjoy doing. Because if you don't enjoy what you're doing, what's the whole point of doing it? It's pointless otherwise. All right, why am I here? Wait. Man, this map is broken. And my biggest problem when I was in the UK was my accent. Most of the roles were not suitable for an Eastern European accent. Like, I mean, if I can't make a Cockney or a RP or some sort of other UK kind of accent or an American accent based on the role, that was my biggest thing, and I didn't have the money to invest into elocutionist classes. Because yeah, with the right teacher, I can do it. Because in my own language, I can probably do several different accents, regional accents in my own language. But in English, I would need someone to tutor me to help me with the pronunciation of certain things, so I can get used to it. I mean, obviously you can do it yourself if you're a genius. You can just do it yourself. You can just download some episodes or Netflix some episodes of certain show and pick a character that uses that regional accent and just imitate it until you adopt it. Shit, I'm gonna die here. I forgot I didn't have potions. I need my pets to help with damage. I can't get near the coins. That's my problem right now. Okay, good. Fire got it. Fire got it. You wanna see me act? Well, I'm kind of rusty. But yeah, I've always liked the more physical roles. The more physical roles. In fact, I'm a big fan of physical theater. When we're talking theater and not film and TV, I've always loved physical theater. But there's so many disciplines to physical theater. Like there's like a ton of them. I've even studied some of the Japanese Buto, which is very weird kind of the whole ideology behind the Japanese Buto theater practices from Hijikata and some other ones. I'm very happy with the education I got because the things I studied were very, very diverse. We studied African theater. We studied Buto from Japan that originated there. We studied a more kind of dance-related theatrical stuff like Pina Bausch kind of things. We studied Jacques Lecoq kind of miming and Jerzy Grutowski and stuff like that. I mean, then we've gotten more classical training like Stanislavski classical training, and then also studied epic theater like shit, I got a brain fart. I can't remember the name. Come on. That German, come on. Man, I'm gonna remember the name. I'm gonna Google it to remember the name. Come on. I can. Oh, I remembered it. I can't find it with the Google. Yeah, Bertolt Brecht. That's the dude, Bertolt Brecht. So we studied Brechtian kind of epic theater as well, which I love. I loved Brechtian stuff because it's not that traditional. For example, there's some Brechtian shows where you see the technicians, the stage crew, walking through the stage, changing the props in front of you, things like that. But one of my favorite things was kind of more of the Antonin Artaud. Antonin Artaud and his kind of I want to tell you the exact English name because but Artaudian stuff was very fun. Just a moment, I want to remember. Theater and its Double is the book that's about it, but there was something. Theater of Cruelty. That's what Antonin Artaud was. And Antonin Artaud was all about pain and suffering and all that stuff, about trauma, and shocking the audience through terror, something like that. He had very interesting ideas. He was obviously a guy haunted by his own ghosts or whatever, because he spent a lot of time in an asylum. There's a nice documentary film about him out there on YouTube, I think, that can be watched for free. And yeah, he was doing some sort of opium and stuff like that. So he obviously had a very talented mind, but also very, very abused mind. Because back in the when he was living, people who were put in asylums, they were doing atrocious things to people in those asylums. But he still was very talented. He had some crazy, wacky ideas about stuff like that. I mean, I get very excited and I get very into that stuff when I start talking about it, when I start researching it. But that's what it is. It's all about finding something you kind of are geek about, something that you kind of can be geeking on and on about and try and find a job that connects you to that thing. I've also studied filmmaking, as my major might have been drama, but my for my first and second year, I was able to sign up for filmmaking classes. For my third year, they didn't allow us. They didn't allow my major to participate in filmmaking classes in the third year, because the filmmaking classes were considered a major subject only. And it would be something that gives us 60 credits instead of 30, which is the equivalent of two regular classes. And I already had a different one from my own major that was kind of split into two. But yeah, in the first year, when it came to filmmaking, they taught us to make documentaries, and we studied all sorts of they taught us to make short cinema, and we studied all sorts of short films. And then in the second year, it was documentaries, and we made documentaries in our second year. So like that's why I'm a fan of content creation, because it connects me to certain things that I've studied. They didn't teach us editing and stuff. It was all self-taught. They just showed us the basics, the ropes. I already knew them because I was doing editing back in high school on Sony Vegas back in the day. But yeah, with the filmmaking, they kind of taught us a little bit of everything, and then we were splitting and deciding who would do the directing, who would do the camera work, the lighting. I would normally opt into the editing. I would tell them, okay, you go do the other stuff, and while you're doing the other stuff, we can save time, and I can edit, and then the rest of the team at the end would just help with the editing, with giving some ideas, some final touches if something needs to be changed. But yeah, I love it. I love editing. It's fun. That's why I love making build videos and content. And I try to constantly keep adding new things, experimenting with like different transitions. Like if you look some of my older edits and you look my edits from 2 years after that, you're gonna see how I've tried to make things different throughout the years. I always try to look for ways to make the content better, to make to be better than myself from 1 month ago or a few days ago when it comes to content creation. Ah shit, I forgot to buy potions again. No. And now the thing is, I can only buy potions for the sum of the things in the pet inventory. If the pet inventory isn't enough to buy potions, I'm not gonna be able to buy potions. That's a weird bug right now, but at least I can still send the pet for potions, because obviously the game thinks I have 0 gold. So thankfully there's a script that allows me to use the gold from the sold items for goods. There's one thing I've always wanted to do though, and it was voice acting. I've never done it, and I would love to do it. Because I love playing with my voice and changing it and changing it and changing it. I can make many different voices, many different voices. But in my country, like there's when you listen to a Bulgarian TV voiceover, it's mostly 3 to 4 people at best. And everything sounds exactly the same. You're watching a show, then you're watching another, and it's like those 3, 4, 5 people at best doing the voiceover for everything that's on TV, that's dubbed.
You're close to dying.
Every now and then there would be kids movies, Disney, Pixar, whatever movies, that would hire some sort of famous people that may not always be actors, sometimes singers, just for publicity to dub the kids' movies. And Buto, you write it like this. Hijikata should be the creator of this movement. Buto is very philosophical, very deep, and it's not for everyone. But if you're really interested in looking it up, I actually love it. I love the whole ideas, the whole philosophy behind it. There's some crazy wacky stuff though when it comes to Buto. It's kind of a very underground type of art form. I forgot Hijikata's first name though, so I can't remember. Was it Hatsumi? No, not Hatsumi. Fuck, I can't remember. Was it Tatsumi? I can look it up. Maybe it's Tatsumi. Yeah, Tatsumi. I remembered Hatsumi, but it was Tatsumi. So I misremembered the first letter. So it's Tatsumi Hijikata. And he has some students. I think he had two famous students that continued his work. Their names I've already forgotten because it's been ages since I read any of the books and stuff about that. But you can have a lot of fun when you combine Buto with the philosophies of Artunen Artaud and all that pain. It's a very nice synergy because they fit well. They fit well together. The theater of cruelty philosophies of Antonin Artaud and Tatsumi Hijikata's kind of Buto art form. They can be mixed together into a performance, and it could make sense. It won't seem out of place. Okay, there we go. And the African theater was also very fun when we studied it, because they taught us to use drums. And it was super fun, because you're like trying to tell a story with the drums. And we had a teacher, a Nigerian youth was teaching us about African theater. It was very fun, honestly. And there were some interesting African plays, traditional old legends and stories. And having to learn how to play those drums as a backdrop to the performance, and to perform to the drums, and to try like tell a story with the beats and stuff. That was pretty fun as well. And I don't think I would have ever gotten this type of education in my country. Yeah, my country has an amazing academy for traditional classical type of acting and physical theater and stuff like that. But I don't think they teach things like African theater or Buto, or they explore things like the theater of cruelty of Antonin Artaud and stuff like that.
Your struggles have ended.
When will I put the captain's guide? When they fix the bugs? I can't make a guide right now. I mean, look at my screenshots. Just a moment. I'm gonna show you what I mean. I want to show you so you would know. So, for example, on my other captain, this is what my inventory looks like. I don't have access to my inventory or to my items on the other captain. This is what my consumables look like. This is what my relic skills look like on my other captain, which obviously the game is fucking me over. It's taking up, it's filling up all my orifices right now. Because it's broken in so many, and the legendarium is broken. I can't use my legendarium. If you want, I can give you a screenshot. I can give you a screenshot with skills and stuff. For example, just a moment. A screenshot that could be used as a guide. You're just not gonna hear me talking and explaining things. But let me open that Torchlight. See, this is the cursed Zapton. With the only difference that instead of big fish, you might want to use the cannon that gives you damage, that gives you an extra kick, and you have to spend 8 points here or here or here. Pick one of those 3 skills and put 8 points in that skill. Ideally, I would be using this or this, because when you use a skill from this skill tree, you lower the cooldown of this skill. So if you want to be using this skill more often, you have to use one of those 2. Then for the equipped items, you have to wear a North Mace or a Glacier's Edge. That's what this means, this arrow. Alongside the Frost Wall. You don't have to wear the North Mace and Glacier's Edge if you don't want to, but the Frost Wall is a must-have in my opinion. But the Glacier's Edge and North Wall would give you extra 15 seconds less cooldown for Imbue Relic, which you get from the Ancient Ember boots. And this means you have to wear the Woods Beast boots and swat the Ancient Ember boots in the Legendarium, or vice versa. And if you want this screenshot, I can give you the screenshot. I can try and upload it quickly. Just a moment, I'm gonna post it. Just a second. And done. Now it should be uploaded. People were talking about Torchlight Infinite. I've talked about Torchlight Infinite many times. My thoughts are that I want to see it, I want to test it, I want to play it. Even though it's a mobile game, I'm gonna play it on my PC with an emulator to see how it works. I hope it doesn't have pay to win. In fact, have there been any new videos for Torchlight Infinite? Because that's a very... The last time I saw something about Torchlight Infinite was very long ago. Like half a year ago. And since then, I don't think I've seen much. Let me sort by date. Sort by. Where is the sorting? Yeah, the last thing is the trailers. So yeah, if you look up Torchlight Infinite, you will see. But there isn't much. I'm gonna try and find you the best trailer and link it. Just a moment. I need to go buy potions because it's not gonna work like this. So apparently we can now pre-register for Torchlight Infinite. Apparently. But only pre-register. So let me show you a trailer. This is a trailer of Torchlight Infinite. And it looks like your typical isometric ARPG mobile game. Nothing that makes it different than Diablo Immortal in terms of what it looks like. So yeah. Just a moment, I've got a different trailer for you guys from China Joy. This is a bit more. There was another one with an interview from the developers where they're talking about, one of the developers is talking about it. But keep in mind, it's a completely different studio. It's a Chinese studio, Extra Games, that made Torchlight 3 has nothing to do with it. The old Runic games also has nothing to do with it. So visually it looks fine, but until I know what the cash shop is like and how the pay to win is, and if it's gonna be a free to play game, I would assume there's gonna be shitty pay to win with battle passes and pay for convenience, which is just a mild way of saying pay to win. And thank you very much, Sean Brady, for the super chat. Thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. But yeah, hope you enjoyed this footage. And I found this link as well, where apparently you can pre-register for the game. On this link, there's a pre-register, but I don't know how it works. I don't trust this website tap.io, tap.io. So apparently there's a pre-register link. It's probably gonna take you to the Google and Apple stores to pre-register from there, but it's probably gonna be region locked. So take it with a grain of salt. Oh, and those links didn't go to Twitch. Sorry, I'm gonna post the links to Twitch again. Or did they? This didn't go to Twitch. And the second trailer also didn't get posted to Twitch. No idea why. I'm gonna post it. Somehow my chat prevented the message from going into Twitch, so I have to post it myself. There we go. Okay. The long trailer. You might want to watch this long trailer because there's more gameplay footage in it. Okay, enjoy the footage for Torchlight Infinite. I promise that when it's out, if I have access to it, I will test it. Because I personally want to test it. I'm interested in it. All right, let's do some fighting. I need to get a new spare weapon because I lost my weapon and now I'm using my spare weapon. But yeah, Torchlight Infinite is probably far from releasing. Maybe by the end of the year we could see some early access or whatever on the mobile stores. But I think it's far. And I think they only wanted the Torchlight name to bring in people. I don't think there's a reason why they would want the Torchlight name. It looks like a Torchlight game in terms of 2D art. Only the 2D art that they've shown us looks like Torchlight 1-2 art, not like Torchlight 3 art. But the game itself doesn't resemble Torchlight 1 or 2 or 3 much from what I'm seeing in the trailers. So they're probably just using the name to try and get people attracted to it. But it doesn't seem terrible. It seems promising for a mobile game, but for a mobile game is a thing. So mobile games in the first place are mobile games. They're just they can't get on the level of PC games. At least for now, I haven't seen one that gets on the same level. And they have to be designed in such an ugly way where the interface with your skills is in the corner, which is so annoying. But it makes sense for mobile. You need it to be on the corner because that's where your fingers are. But yeah, I can't stand games where my skills and potions and stuff are in the corner. Even in Warhammer Chaos Bane, it kind of ticks me that it's kind of that way. To a certain extent. Path of Exile as well. HUD in the corners. I'm not a big fan of that. I like it in the middle, so I don't have to avert my eyes from the center of the screen too much. Man, fighting invisible enemies like a boss. Finally. I finally see what I'm fighting. Oh boy, that's a lot of stuff. Ah! This map is good XP. I'm gonna try and clear that map completely. Acrid Plains maps. I love Acrid Plains maps. Let's see. Come on. Oops, sorry. I'm bringing the microphone closer. Man, if only my damage was a little better, but with 12 skill points, this is as far as you can take the damage on a cold heart. Okay. Good, I avoided entering the map, which is what I wanted to do, to avoid accidentally entering the next stage. I won't stay until the end of this one. I want to clear it, because there's very good density. This is one of my favorite maps to clear. The Akrit Plains layout. Good density, worth clearing everything you can find here. If only I could get a higher level Woodspeed boots. Also, I think it's time to send the pet again. And rapid bartering token would be amazing as well, so that the pet returns in 16 seconds. Let's see here. Okay, we gotta keep going. Come on, come on. Let's keep moving. Should I do a Spyro? Let's do a Spyro clear. By Spyro clear is my favorite way of clearing maps. It works on circular, square, rectangular, etc. maps where you're clearing the edges of the map, and when you've done a full circle, you start moving into a Spyro inside the map. Like if this is the map, I do like this. Boom, boom, spiral clearing. I love clearing that way. But yeah, I want to clear this one completely for all the XP. If I clear it completely, I might as well get to 54 on this map. Man, this is much slower than I expected it to be, with 12 skill points, with without legendarium, without other certain things at my disposal. On a cold hard cursed captain. So much slower than my electrode cursed captain, which thankfully I was able to level up before the bugs started happening. You mean of this game? The end game? This is the end game. You're doing randomly generated maps with a choice of you're choosing the affixes and the map type and the enemies from a set of. You have three different choices for every stage. There's 3 different choices, and you're choosing basically the map layout or the map type, biome maybe is a better way to put it. Then you're choosing the enemies, the enemy element, and some affixes. There are some things you can't choose. For example, right now berserking was not something I could change because I'm at the stage where every map is berserking. And it's 251 stages of the Fuzzier. And the monsters grow by 1 level until 16. At stage 16 they're level 60. Then they start getting stronger in terms of HP, movement speed and damage. Things like that. But they give you stronger items that give you more stats. And the higher you go. So at level 1 you're fighting level 45 or 46, I can't remember, enemies. And at level 16 you're already reaching level 60 enemies. In fact, I think it might be level 15, the boss fight, where you're fighting a level 60 boss. And you have to do a small quest. In my case, I think it was to kill some Hivit, and then the door opens. And you can go in straight to the boss if you want. If I go through this door, I can finish the boss and move on to the next stage. But I want to stay here for XP, because it's a good map. May not be the perfect one for XP, but see, if it was dividing, it would have been better for XP. But this one is a great one too. Because there's just so many monsters. I barely have any time where there's no monster nearby. That's why I like this map. The density is off the charts. Oh, come on. Oh, this looks nice. I want to see it. Oh, it's gonna be hard to see, but... Oh yeah. Looks nice. Come on. Okay, good. I should be hitting a level up before I reach the boss of this map. Give me a potion, come on. No potions. I've got... I can't see exactly. Wow, okay, I choose the best place to stop. Thankfully I managed to coach heal. Coach heals for the win. Let's check over here. Let's keep moving. Come on. Ah, okay. Okay, what's here? I'm actually gonna go clear this side before I go down. It's not gonna be a spiral clear, because I wanna end up at the question mark at the end. Man, I still haven't gotten level 54. If only I could just know how much XP more I need to predict. It's already half past midnight. Maybe hour and a half more. I'm not gonna get level 60 today. I was hoping I would get level 60, but I'm gonna stop around 2 in the morning because I would need to go and cook food. I ran out of food that I can eat without cooking, and it's too late to order anything. So I would have to cook something in 2 in the morning. Something that at least can be cooked quickly. Or instead of cooking, I might go and I might eat some breakfast, because breakfast is easy. Get some milk, warm it up, put some muesli inside with fruits. But yeah, I kind of forgot today when I was going to buy Sky some medicine to get myself food. So yeah, one and a half hours more of leveling. Wherever I take it, I take it. I'm probably gonna get at least level 57, which would mean wearing level 60 items. So there's that. The thing is, I don't have access to my level 60 items, because I only have access to my stash 1, 2, 3, and my level 60 items are mostly in 6, 7, and 8. No, 7, 8, and 9. Mostly from my stash tabs. Okay. I'll just quickly check. Gerardo says, "Wow, how are you doing? Welcome back." What is the WoW about? I wonder. What is so fascinating today? Maybe I'm misunderstanding. What? Advertising before accessing to chat has augmented in length? What? Pre-roll ads? Are you talking about which advertisements? The pre-roll ads. I'm not much of a watcher, so, and when I do watch, I use ad block, to be honest. I'm not one of those streamers that would forbid people from speaking about ad block. I've seen streamers that put in their channel descriptions it in caps lock, "Do not talk about ad block, do not discuss ad blocks," which it's silly. It's silly, but yeah, I don't know about advertisement. I know one thing, that I can run them whenever I want, and if I run them myself, it disables the pre-roll ads for like 30 minutes. So if I were to run ads now, and for the next 30 minutes, whoever joins the Twitch chat on the Twitch stream would not see ads until those 30 minutes have passed. But if they increase them in length, don't they let you skip at least? How long were the ads? How many seconds of ads did you have to watch? Or is it something different that you're talking about? Because you said no ads, no. Maybe you say, oh, maybe I misunderstood. You could have said it right. I might have misunderstood it. If you explain exactly what you mean. Disclaimer. When you try to write in chat for the first time. Well, about this, I think you can customize how long your chat is. Like, I'm gonna try and show you if you're talking about the same thing. I'm gonna open my stream. You mean here, right? Where you try to chat to write for the first time and it gives you a message. Well, this message is depending on what I put, and you can also, I think, customize your chat like that. So if it's hard to see and read, you can just rotate this the way you want it, and not rotate, expand it. If it's hard to read, if your chat window is a little thin, you can just expand it and make it easier. But I don't think I've changed the message. Let me quickly check.
Your pet is running away.
Yeah, I don't think I've changed this message myself. At least I'm pretty sure I haven't touched it. The message for when you first join, that gives you the rules, the chat rules. Alright, back to the game, just a moment. You often watch on YouTube? Yeah, I've seen you on YouTube for sure, myself. Okay, let's see what's left to kill. Man, this map should have given me enough XP to reach 54. What's happening? Where is my level 54? Okay. Almost cleared this map. Alright, 54, nice. So I did get 54 before the end of the map. Was kind of expecting it to get 54 before the map is done. And since it was almost done and I was starting to get worried where all that XP went. Why everybody hates the game? Well, I'm not sure why people hate it. It's my favorite game. Honestly, I love the game. I don't hate the game. I hate the bugs. The bugs where I can't get skill points when I level up, where I can't access my inventory. Right now, I'm the only person that is experiencing some very oddly specific bugs across all of my heroes, and in some heroes it's worse than others. And that happened 2 days ago on the 27th, on Thursday. And since it happened, it triggered a chain of glitches that kept breaking more and more things. But the game I love. I really love the game. I wish it would get more development in the right direction, although now that the official developer team has abandoned the game because they got purchased by a bigger company. The future of the game is kind of uncertain, but I'm hoping at least to get bug fixes, at least. For the broken things. But yeah, just to mention some of the bugs, to show some of the bugs, see, right now I'm level 54, but I only have 12 skill points. I should have 64 skill points at this point. That's how many skill points I should have. I only have 12, because since level 10 I haven't been getting skill points. Then my legendarium is limited to just the 5 basic items. Yeah, it's a bug, and my legendarium is limited to the 5 basic items. I had 130 something legendary items unlocked before the bug happened. Now I can only use the basic ones. Thankfully I had this Commodore jacket equipped, and I'm not gonna remove it. And then if you want to see worse bugs, this is a worse bug. On my other character, the level 60 Cursed Captain, this is what my inventory looks like. This is where my items are supposed to be. This is where my pet items are supposed to be. And this is where my looted items need to be. In fact, right now I don't even see this item there, which means I can't delete items, which means I can't loot items. So constantly, basically if I play this hero, the only thing I can get is gold and fame. This is my consumables on my other hero, this is my resources. This is my relic. On the other character, the game thinks I have no relic, but when you open some of the other skill trees, basically on some of the other skill trees, it will show you something that looks like this. But here under electrode it would say 100. No, it would say 70. So it thinks I put 70 points into electrode. but when you go to electrode, the electrode is not there. And then there's this bug. Where is it? This is my legendary on the other hero. It's non-existent at all. You can't even select the basic ones like this one. Then the pet skills, I had them all unlocked, but on that other hero, in fact on this hero as well, they are now locked. For some unknown reason, everything is locked, and I'm the only person that is experiencing this chain of bugs, most likely caused by some sort of desyncing between the server and me. And this only happens in online. If you play offline, this doesn't happen. So the game is very playable in offline. The major bugs, the more annoying bugs in this game are in the online mode. So it's very fishy. It's very fishy how I'm gonna be the only one targeted by such a bug, and how the bug is so specific. And it's affecting so many things. And in fact, my other hero didn't look like the way it did at first, but it kept bugging more and more and more and more. And at first it was only 4 out of my 15 heroes, only 4 heroes were affected at first. And that's why I started leveling this hero. And as soon as this hero hit level 10, the other 11 heroes also started getting affected. Not in the exact same way, in a milder way, but still. And yeah, not getting skill points definitely hurts. I mean, it's super fishy how this bug only affects me. But I'd like to believe it's just a coincidence that I'm the only person affected by this, and hopefully they end up fixing this. Well, the hero, the cursed captain is cursed. But yeah. This is what bugs look like. But if you don't have too many heroes, just play offline. Screw the co-op, unless you really want to play co-op with friends. Just start over. If you have 2, 3, 4, 5 heroes, you're gonna save yourself a lot of time from loading screens and from the syncs and stuff like that, and you're gonna save yourself a lot of troubles if you just reroll to offline. For me, it's kind of late to reroll to offline, because I've invested so much. I've invested 2,500 hours. Okay, let's say after the wipe is 1,500 hours, roughly, almost. I've got 1,300 since the game moved to Steam from the Perfect World launcher. So after the final wipe, that's still close to 1,000-ish. After they wiped the servers the last time they did. So yeah, kind of invested too much time to want to start over. Do you think the Celestial Pants nerf for Dusk Mage will be that big? No, it's not that big of a DPS loss. It's fine. They've boosted the skills of the Dusk Mage, the base damage of the skills, which should be fine. But yeah, it's definitely silly how they would say, yeah, we're leaving the game in a good state, in a good shape, or whatever, in a good place. That was the exact words that Max used. And then I get what I got as a bug. Obviously, I'm just one single isolated case of me glitching the way I did. So whether it's because I have too many heroes and something with the hero storage is glitching, or whether as I suspected, as I currently suspect, I watched my stream. I watched my stream from 2 days ago to see exactly what I was doing when the bug happened. And I was doing one of those maps. I was doing this map. The Supply Run yellow map from the fashion contract, from this contract. Fur and fashion, this one. But obviously when you open this map, it's not always the same. It could be different. So even if someone would try to replicate it, they might not be able to. But yeah, I was doing one of those maps, then I come back from that map after beating the boss zone, and in my fort I noticed this bug. That's on my stream on the 27th. So my stream from the 27th, around the 27th minute, is when I return from a boss fight in that map that I mentioned that I opened. And that's where I noticed this glitch, this bug. And since then it kept deteriorating and becoming worse. For the last 3 days it's been... Thankfully on this hero it's a little better on this hero, but on the other one it's terrible. And this is why my content is delayed indefinitely until they fix the bug. There's not much I can do to make new builds and stuff. The only way I can make new builds and stuff is to reroll offline, but that would mean a ton of farming for a lot of items that I don't have, that I do have on the online. And yeah, they're filling up all of my orifices with the nasty bugs. And the thing is, they decide that it's gonna be a good date to release this patch right before a Memorial Day weekend, where there's no one on duty to monitor for urgent hotfixes, to maybe release a hotfix a few days after the patch. In fact, even if there was someone working, the game devs already stopped having anything to do with that, because Extra was purchased by Zynga, and now there's probably gonna be several weeks until they bring someone new to work on the game, if they bring someone new to work on the game. So those bugs may not be fixed within the next month. So the best I can do is make text versions with screenshots and theory, without videos on my builds, which later I can update, with videos. I mean, in the end, that's what I'm gonna do. I already have two screenshots of builds. One of them was actually requested. Like, where did it go? Just a moment. See, this one, the Blood Drinker, was requested by someone who wanted to play Blood Drinker with pistol. And I was like, okay, I wouldn't do Blood Drinker with pistol, but sure, if you want a Blood Drinker with pistol, because you like pistols, that's a suggestion. We're not using the basic attack thingy, because it only procs with swords, this one. And it's very similar to my other build, to the Zapton. It's just using, instead of Vocalized Storm, it's using Bloodseekers, and then I'm using the Rupture and the Bleeding. With the Bleeding you don't need. If you have Bleeding in a shield, is a socket in a frost wall, you can take those 5 points and maybe put them here and use this on your skill bar, which I normally wouldn't use on this build. unless you're using basic attacks. But if you're using the pistols as basic attack, so I would probably put those 5 points as 4 points here, and maybe 1 point here. But if you wouldn't need Energizer, if you have Frost Wall alongside North Mace and Aura Glacier's Edge. The thing is, he wanted to use a pistol, that's why I didn't add North Mace or Glacier's Edge in this theory craft. I can make a second version where that one is included and make it slightly different. And make it with basic attacks and cross cut, or whatever it was called. What was the name of the skill? Devil Cross. So I'm probably gonna make a separate. But this one was a specific. So some person just needed help with making a build that he said, I don't want a meta build. I don't want to be doing the hardest difficulty. I want to play with my friend. His friend wanted a great sword or rail hammer. Flaming Destroyer Realm Master build, and I suggested 2 versions for his friend, and for him I suggested this one as a blood drinker with pistol, which is very weird combination, but it works. I mean, if you don't want to be meta and clearing the best type of content on the hardest difficulty, anything can work. That's the beauty of this game. If you don't care about clearing speed, anything can be made to work, as long as you keep the gear up to speed with your content levels. If only more games were like that, where the content is not as demanding. But I like it. I like not needing a meta setup to enjoy the game and to finish maps and to keep progressing. Being casual friendly and exotic build friendly. But see, this is proving that you can kill stuff and keep progressing even with just 12 skill points right now with this bug. Obviously I'm playing on normal, not on ridiculous. Although if I had the gear for ridiculous, even with those 12 skill points with this shitty build, it still would have worked if I had the right items. Just very slowly and painfully in terms of clearing. Alright, there we go. So I probably won't get level 55 in this map, but I'm gonna try and get as close as I can. Unfortunately I won't be able to see how close to 55 I've gotten after this map. But this should get me 60-70% of the next level if I fully clear that map. That's how many spawners this map has. Oh shit, I should wait for my pets to... Not pets, for my minions. It's only one minion, and even if I use the skill, it doesn't summon the other ones, it just teleports the current minion. Kind of bad that it was designed this way. It seems like a bug, unintended. Something they missed to think about. Come on, come on. Zombie Shop earlier said, do you think the Celestial... Oh, actually, I read that, sorry. My chat sent me the message again, like it flashed in my eyes. But since I reread it, might as well talk more about that. The good thing about Dusk Mage is harmonic form is super strong. And in many builds you don't even need the Celestial Pants to feel strong with Dusk Mage. They add a little bit of extra damage, but they're not like a must-have item. Let's say it's acceptable loss if you want to sacrifice it. The Celestial Gauntlets on the other end, I think were something that if I'm not mistaken was a must-have. I need to check again to be sure I'm not mistaking the items. Let me check. Celestial Gauntlets. Ah shit, why am I checking it from the internet when I can check it in the game? So Celestial Boots in my opinion are amazing in must-have, and Celestial Gauntlets, yes. Those are, in my opinion, must-haves. And then Celestial Mask and Helmet for sure. But the boots are okay. In fact, with the pants are okay. I mean, the way the pants are done right now, it's actually a buff overall for the mage, because you're gonna be recharging your, you're gonna be reaching harmonic form more often, and since they buffed the skills of the Dusk Mage to accommodate for the loss of damage bonus, and I think you also lost mana again if I'm not mistaken. So the only thing that would suck about the Celestial Pants changes is the mana again that you lose from it. If I'm not mistaken, they also gave mana again before. I need to check. But damage wise you should benefit from this change, because less downtime of harmonic form means more damage overall. The quicker you get harmonic form ready for the cast, the better, obviously. And this mage is all about harmonic form. That's the major source of damage. If you want damage on this mage, you can't ignore the harmonic form mechanic. That's why you always need at least one dark and at least one light skill that you can kind of implement in the setup. If you're going full light, you would still need at least one dark. If you're going full dark, you would still need at least one light skill to get you the harmonic form charged up. Come on. Okay, let's see. What's this way? Any champs, any elites? What's the time? 1:13. Damn. The leveling up is getting much slower than on the other class. But yeah, it's one thing to have all the skill points you can get through your level, and to have things like Localized Storm, and Ancient Ember Boots, and the Frost Wall and stuff like that. It's another thing to have this, whatever one could call it, broken weak link of a setup. But yeah, I should have been level 60 by now if I was playing on the other hero without the broken stuff. But yeah, who else is interested in what type of setups to see on my website? I can start working on some builds as a text version on the website before I can make video versions, and just post some screenshots and write about suggested items and stats and things like that. And whenever I have a chance, when the game, if the game gets ever fixed, I can try and record videos of those builds, get those builds ready and record them. So right now I've got the Zapton, I've got some Theorycraft for the Blood Drinker, and I can make a bunch more out of those. So I'm open to suggestions. Obviously I would make one with Bane with minions. And I'm thinking of not taking First Mate. Or not taking Code the Crew. Code the Crew seems very booked. And very unreliable. But First Mate also seems like it costs a lot. But I could make one of those. And I will make basic attack setups for sure. I can make some mayhem setups as well. Wait, I need to return over there. I better send the pet for potions before I run out. Okay, pet, time to go and buy me stuff. Come on, come on.
You're badly hurt.
I'm thinking of maybe on one of the pages I can make one build for Egg of Mayhem for this guy and show screenshots of the skill point allocations for every relic, whereas everything else would remain the same, just the skill point allocations for each relic would be different, skills and skill points. But the info about gear that's suggested to use should remain the same, apart from the bonus damage to X skill, etc. But yeah, it's always nice to suggest people an Egg of Mayhem build, and since every relic can do it, it's a flexible setup, the Egg of Mayhem setup. And that's for every class. The good thing about Egg of Mayhem setups is they're always viable on any class and any subclass. but the damage is very low on Blood Drinker for Egg of Mayhem setups, and on Cold Heart it used to be a bet, but maybe it's no longer bet. I wish I could test.
Your pet has returned.
Oh, thank you very much, Zarf Gaming Channel, for the subscribe. Welcome to the YouTube Struck Club. Really appreciate that. Hope you're enjoying your stay. Let's see. Maybe... yeah, let's keep clearing. I've already committed to this map, might as well finish every single monster on it. I'm very lucky to get two in a row Acrid Plains maps. It might seem a little bit boring when I'm doing the exact same map twice in a row, with just different map affixes, but it's good for XP. There's one thing that's always good on any build, and it's chance to freeze. Chance to freeze, basically, yeah, it doesn't work on bosses, but on anything else that it does work, and it's great. It's, I mean, you can perma stun walk an enemy with that, perma freeze an enemy. And back in the day when it worked on bosses, it was kind of overpowered to have chance to freeze. Chance to freeze works very well with AoEs, wide area AoEs, where you can freeze the whole bunch of mobs. So with Maelstrom it would work amazingly well. Maelstrom and Freeze would be perfect as a combo. You're pulling them with the vacuum, then you're freezing them so they don't run away from it, and then you spam something to DPS. Level 55, this map. This map. I haven't even fully cleared the map and I already got a full level's worth of XP on it. Acrid Plains is just, yeah, the best. It's obviously a very long map, so for the time I'm clearing this map, I can clear 2 other maps and get the same amount of XP, as long as the other maps are still good ones, like dividing goblin maps, for example. What's the time? 1:26 AM. So yeah, I'm probably not gonna get level 57, but I can get 56 before I stop. And tomorrow I will get back to Torchlight 3, but also I will try 7 what was it, 7 Days to Die. I would try it but not stream it, just to see if I like it. It's an old game, but they gave it to me yesterday as a gift. One of my viewers gave me a Steam gift of 7 Ways to Die. And I gotta honor the gift and play it a little tomorrow. But in the evening there will be more Torchlight. Oh, come on.
You're hurt.
Alright, let's see. Okay. I could have bursted him. See, imagine if I had a pet ice shield from the tier 3 bonus. If I had this tier 3 bonus on the pet ice shield. And if I had snowstorm to give me 25% extra damage. And if I had my my Leo General triggering when I refill my energy, which I can do with the Ancient Ember boots as Imbue Relic. That's like 25% damage from here, 25% damage from the Liu General, and then this is my pet spawning icicles, which means double the icicles next to the boss. It's gonna fucking melt bosses. And that's excluding other damage buffs that we can get from the banner. This time I had banner, so I did get this damage buff from the banner. But I didn't benefit from damage to relic skills, which would be another 10% damage to ice shield. And yeah, I didn't benefit from damage to piracy skills and have a piracy skill like the Kek. And I didn't have the, what was it, damage to curse skills alongside a maelstrom or something. I mean, obviously there are ways that this could have been better. So I don't think it's that bad to go to go cold hard, especially if you follow the meta cold hard skills like ice shield, which has always been a strong skill, and it didn't need a buff of the damage, but it did get a buff of the damage, which is appreciated. I still think ice shield plus snowstorm is the best thing you can do on cold hard. Those two together are just, they're strong on any class. Add a little bit of freeze and it gets even better. But I got the crap cover, and it's gonna be a joke if they fix the bug, and any item I have voted after the bug started, I would need to vote again to unlock it. And I fear like that this is how it's gonna go down. I wanna equip it and see what it looks like, by the way. Nice. So a hammer. It's a great weapon that looks like a hammer. So the game considers this a great weapon, a great sword. But they don't call it great sword, they call it great weapon. They used to call it great blade. But I guess sometime down the road they decided to not call it Great Blade because they wanted to include other weapons like this one. So it might look like a rail hammer, and it probably was a rail hammer remodeled, but the game counts it as a Great Blade, so you can use this to trigger the Flaming Destroyer proc. The basic attack Flaming Destroyer proc. Tailspin Telling says, when's the Bane build? If you want a Bane build, if you want me to make something like this, I can make it tomorrow. Just a moment. If you want something that looks like this. Right now, my game is too bugged. It's too buggy to be able... I can't make builds right now. You can see I'm not getting skill points. With only 12 skill points, there's not much I can do. But I can make something like this. If that would help you to make something similar to this one but with Bane, I'll make it for you, and I can start making such versions of the builds for the time being until I can use my Legendarium and until I can start getting skill points. Because look at that, I'm level 55 with 12 skill points. What sorcery is this? And there's no builds with only 12 skill points. But yeah, tell me what type of Bane build you want. Do you want a Bane build with minions? Like, do you want Bane build where the main damage comes from minions? Or do you want Bane build with minions where the main damage comes from other skills, such as powder keg or double cross or broadside and stuff like that. And the minions are just like an extra flavor, like a meat shield. Yes to what? Yes to which one? Yes to build where the minions are the main source of damage, or yes to the minions are the extra flavor and the damage comes from other places? Okay, yeah, I'm gonna try and make you one of those. Keep in mind, it's not worth it using Maximilian together with Code the Crew and with fire. You have to get rid of one of the skills, because you're not gonna have enough the wounds to reasonably keep using all three of them. But I think Code the Crew right now is the one that's not really worth it. Yeah, there are a lot of skeletons, but the problem is when they die, you can't resummon them until that 120-second duration has expired. And due to that one reason, I will probably remove Code the Crew and try and make a build with Maximilian and fire. And it's gonna be different, but I think that's how it needs to be. Meaning this item is not gonna be in the build. Or I can make two versions. One version when Code the Crew. I can make two versions of the skills. One with Code the Crew for those who won't Code the Crew, and one without. So maybe, yeah, I'm gonna make version where you're using Code the Crew and fire. Version where you're using Maximilian and fire, and version when you're using all three of them. That's what I'm gonna make. And yeah, I can work on that either tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. I can start making some example setups with screenshots, with images. Because yeah, I cannot make build videos right now for the obvious reasons of what's buggy and glitchy. Okay, let's make another one or two more maps before I go. Okay, we have to do this one. But yeah, this Bane build I can make you. It's gonna be interesting. It may not be meta, because if you want the pets to be the main source of damage, that's not gonna be that great. You're much better off if Powder Keg is the main source of damage, but that doesn't mean I can't make a build where the pets are the main source of damage and we still use Powder Keg. Or something else nice, like double cross or whatever. Or the double cross would be for basic attack builds. I'm assuming you wouldn't want to be using basic attacks on a staff. But yeah, the theory I can make, it's just that I won't be able to confirm how well it works for you. But at least if you want a theory, based on my guess of how well things would work from what I've seen from the other skills when playing on the other relics, I think I have a pretty good idea of how it would be. Let's actually go down there. Okay. Let's get going this way. They're a little slow. Wish they were a little faster here, so I don't have to wait for them to group up. When you want them to be slow, they're fast. When you want them to be fast, they're slow. It's how it goes. Alright, there we go. Anyone I missed here? Yeah. Just a few. Alright, bit by bit. I wish I could see my XP. I'm assuming it's like around 1/4 on the way to the next level right now. Or 1/3. Okay. I'll still keep clearing. I want to clear that map fully. Let's get everyone that can spawn to spawn first. And then on my way back to the portal I can be killing stuff. Come on, come on. Okay, this side's cleared. Let's go the other way. Yeah, this proved to be a bigger map than I expected, so I wonder if we can get level 56 if I clear everything. What's next? This side here. Trying to trigger all the spawns I can trigger. Okay, good. I think it's time to send the pet again. Wait, this damage versus undead could be nice on this map. It's less damage overall, but versus undead it's gonna be more. And yeah, the pet needs to go and sell and buy potions. Those stats that give you extra damage to a certain type of enemy are great if you're in a map that has predominantly this enemy. But it's also very hard to have multiple weapons and to switch between those for multiple types of enemies. I mean, eventually, with enough farming, you can have 3 or 4 different weapons, like damage to Vultura, damage to Hyvie, damage to Goblins, damage to Undead, damage to Netherim as well. And you can switch before entering the map to the appropriate type of weapon. But yeah, that's gonna require a lot of farming to do, so it's always better to just go for a more general weapon at first. That just gives you, that stacks flat damage rather than flat damage with flat damage to X type of enemy. But the flat damage to X type of enemy always is more than the regular flat damage that works against any type. That's why it's in theory better if you can pull off multiple setups. If you can have 5 weapons, for example, 1 for each different thing you can get. But flat damage is the best, obviously, for someone who's just starting to gear up a hero. I think we're done with this. Oh no, we're not. I actually missed some enemies on the way that I need to go back to. But let's say almost done with this map. With the next map I should get 56 for sure. And it's almost 2 in the morning, so yeah, kind of couldn't get 57, but I will get 56 before I stop for the day. Ah fuck, the skill went on the wrong target. Firefox. Do I have Firefox, really? I see what you did there. I see what they did there. Firefox. Okay, yeah. Cool. And see the design? the visual for it looks like. Where are my foxes? Where are those foxes at? So I've got Sand, Silver, Cross, Anubis. So Anubis, Cross, Sand, Silver, Pirate, Blonde. And now Fire. Fox. Alright, let's see what the final map will be. So fucking tired. Damn, this is loading for a long time. Come on, what's happening? Yo, Sky. Where have you been, Sky? Come. Ah, don't run away. He ran away. I was gonna grab him and make him do his daily cameo. Come, Sky, do your daily cameo. It's not a stream day without the Sky doing a daily cameo. Let's try and grab him. Well, this is voting. I'm gonna go grab Sky. Guess what this sound means? This sound, what does it mean? It means he wants food. I don't know why, but he always does purr when he wants some food. And he has food. He has food that he hasn't finished eating. I'm just gonna give him a little bit on top of the other food so it would smell fresh. And just mix it. There we go. What is happening with this voting screen? I could have gone, taken a shit, and returned, and it still would have been voting. That's how long the voting screen is this time. Could have gone and bought myself some junk food from the convenience store and still would have been voting. Come on, Sky, eat, here. Piggy, here, eat. Come on. Man, this loading screen is... I don't know what's happening. What the hell is happening? Like, is it gonna disconnect me from the server? Oh, there we go. I mean, that took forever, honestly. Alright, there's that last map. 2 in the morning. Oh, it's a boss fight. We're not gonna do the boss fight. I want the map. Bosses don't give much XP. Gauntlet. Okay, this map is endless, so I can stay until I decide it's time. I definitely want to get my level up. After that, it will depend on how good the spawns are. If the spawns are good, I can maybe stay until 57 there. If they're not that good, I can just kill some little bit more and then end it. I love those endless maps for XP though. Let's see. Okay. Bit by bit, getting the XP. In this map there's no champions, by the way. Champions normally give, not normally, always give more XP than regular monsters. But on this map with endless respawns, in the end it balances out in the fact that there's no champions. It also makes it a little bit easier to go through the map. Especially if you're on a build that destroys trash mobs. If only I had some extra skill points, we could have been breezing through this. And if I had access to my legendarium and stashes. Let's go this way first, because it's a dead end, it seems. Yeah, it's a good map with decent XP, but I don't feel like I can last until 57. I'm just gonna get 56, play a little bit more of the map and then exit it. Come on, come on. Oh, look at how many there's down there. Oh, I love that spot down there. There's always quite a few grouped up in this place here. when there are no elites, Maelstrom could work better. It doesn't right now with my 1 level Maelstrom. I'm not gonna do much damage to elites, but to basic enemies it's pretty solid to group them up, to prime them up for AoEs. Okay, let's keep going. Still not 56. I've killed so many. Come on. It is bugged. I'm not actually on 0 XP. It's just not showing, and that's the least of my problems. There's just so many other things that are bugged that are much more impactful and game breaking. For example, the fact that I only have 12 skill points and I'm level 55 and I haven't been getting skill points since level 10. Or the fact that I can't use my legendarium apart from the basic 5 items in there. The rest have been disabled, or I can't select pet skills. I only have the some 3 default pet skills and that's it. The other ones have disappeared. And that's actually the good hero. There's heroes that are more broken than this. There's heroes where I can't access my storage. And the worst thing is that actually not the worst thing. I guess the good thing is I'm the only person affected by this bug. Thankfully other people are not suffering the same way I am. But yeah, Torchlight 3, that's the new meme. Because it is torture to play with the bugs I'm experiencing. Yet people would wonder why am I still playing. Maybe when there's such bugs. Yeah, it's still kind of okay. I can still play it. It's not unplayable, but it's unenjoyable when half of the game systems are not working. It's definitely not enjoyable until they resolve whatever this synchronization bug is, because it seems like a synchronization bug because it doesn't happen offline. If it only happens online, then it's a server synchronization related issue. Yeah, it's one of my favorite games, if not my favorite game. I've spent the most time on this game the last 2 years, since April 2019 when I started playing. I haven't played any other game as much as this one. 2,500 hours in this game. Doesn't compare to any other game I've played. Even in Chaos Bane I've only spent like 800. Actually no, in Chaos Bane, before I bought it on this account, I played it on another account. So in Chaos Bane I probably have 1,000. But in this game I have, yeah, 2,500, so... It's a shame how they released such a unready patch. They were rushed. Blame Zynga for this patch being this broken. They rushed extra, probably. Either Zynga or Perfect World. One of the two companies must have rushed extra to wrap up what they were working on. And to release it as it is. They should have announced a couple of weeks of public test server testing before the patch launches, like usual. To say, hey, you can test the Cursed Captain on the public realm. Give us feedback for bugs, and I would have started playing and streaming on the public test server as usual, and there would have been a lot of bugs discovered that they can fix for those like 2 weeks. Some of the minor ones at least. Or they should have not abandoned the game right after the patch and waited 2 or 3 weeks to see if there's any emergency hotfixes that need to be done. I was very surprised that they wouldn't wait a little before abandoning the game after the patch. Because there never is a patch that is perfect, that doesn't require some immediate hotfixes in the first 1, 2, 3 weeks. Well, as far as I know, Extra Games will not be touching the game anymore. So there's gonna be a transition period now between Extra and Perfect World, so there's gonna be someone from Perfect World taking over the game. Whether they will be fixing things, we don't know. Whether there's gonna be any fixes, any hot fixes, I'm 99% sure there won't be, and the game will always be bugged for me. But there's always this 1% of little 1% of hope that I wouldn't have to start over on offline, and I would be able to play with those heroes, or at least be able to download my heroes from the online to the offline version of the game. I'm disappointed. I don't think they handled this the way they didn't handle it professionally. That's the best thing I can say. This patch, they didn't handle it the way they normally handle patches. Give us 2 weeks of testing on the test server and tell us about it, because apparently there was testing on the test server that only the moderators knew about. I didn't get a notification, an announcement or anything that the public test server is open, and I was only testing on the Asteria server, which is the closed server group, which was with less changes than the test server. It was older build than the test server. And if they told us, they could have gotten so many things fixed. And again, it's just not right when you patch and leave without waiting for a little bit of info of hotfixes. Because there hasn't been a case, and I don't remember in the history of gaming a case where someone would patch a game with new content or new character classes or new skills and stuff, and there wouldn't be need for some minor or major hotfixes in the first few weeks after that patch. If someone knows such a case, elaborate which case it is. Look at Wast Epoch. Wast Epoch always do hotfixes after a patch, after a major patch. You would see in the first 2-3 weeks of a major patch, Wast Epoch releases 2-3, maybe 4 hotfixes. Because that's what normally happens. Normally you release a patch and then some things that never were encountered during the testing, be it internal or external testing, kind of start popping up. And yeah, I'm probably the only person that has that exact specific issue, but there's a lot of other issues that need fixing, like the server desync. Apparently Cheiko, the moderator, one of the moderators, I think the French moderator, apparently he saw on the test server the desync problems, where he's walking into a map and the monsters are invisible for 1 or 2 or 3 minutes, and apparently he reported those, and they ignored him, and didn't do anything about them. So yeah, I mean, I understand that they knew that they won't be working on this game after this patch and probably didn't want to put too much work into it. Other than the most basic getting into a playable state. But in my case, it's barely even playable. Not on this hero, on the other hero, where the only thing I can do with my other hero is collect gold and fame. And I won't actually be able to use all the gold properly, because I won't be able to see it, nor will I be able to use the fame, because on neither of my heroes can I collect contract rewards. And it's as if I was intentionally targeted somehow by a disgruntled employee. I mean, I don't want to think that, but that's what it looks like to me. Like someone had a grudge towards me and decided to fuck up my life. Because I'm the only person I'm not benefiting. The only person that's fucked up by this bug. So yeah. Why am I the only one that has this fucking bug? It's not even bug, it's a chain of bugs. And it wasn't broken in the first 2 days. On day number 3, I'm like 20 something minutes within the game streaming, and then boom, it breaks. If you go to 21 minutes and 27 minutes in the stream on YouTube from the 27th, at minute 21 I'm opening a yellow map portal from a scroll. At minute 27 I'm returning from that one to my portal, to my fort, and that's where the bugs started. It's fucking annoying. And yeah, I'm believing that this will never get a fix, and I would have to go and play offline and figure out if there's a way to give myself items offline to replicate my current gear. There probably isn't a way to give myself items other than giving myself gold and gambling and trying to regain my legendarium on walks. I don't have really strong items that are min-max rolled, but I'm gonna be missing my legendarium on walks, and I'm gonna be missing 14 with this one, 15 heroes that have completed the story and can do Fuzzier. I mean, I can still do map works with heroes that haven't done the Fuzzier, that I have artificially leveled up to level 60. But yeah, right now on the offline I only have one hero, the Venomous Dusk Mage, when I was leveling it for the build. So yeah, it kind of sucks big time. Come on. But yeah, exactly as I said earlier a few times, the only thing that I was doing different at the moment that the bug happened is I was using a Mapworks portal that I got from the new contract, and other people have told me that they've used those scrolls and they didn't get the bug. So did I just get unlucky to put the one broken map seed that causes this, or does my IP kind of not get along with the server? I'm not sure what could it be, but it's obvious that it's a server related desynchronization between what the data is on the server and what the game is showing me on the client side. And yeah, I've got already WOC files. I can send them my WOC files, and hopefully that would help them investigate if they're willing to do the investigation. Today I spent several hours reading through my WOC files, trying to figure out what could be the cause, so I can make it easy for them to fix this. I mean, after I pinpointed when the bug happened, I was looking at all the messages in the WOC files around this timestamp, in the WOC file from the 27th. And there are just so many error messages, I don't know which one is which. But yeah, let's go finish this map. The one message that kept repeating over and over and over and over again all the time, every time, every few seconds, or yeah, every few seconds it would repeat, and that's a message that told me that there's something wrong with one of my pets, one of my stack pets. So I went ahead and deleted all the stack pets just in case. There's also another message that says, for example, Torchlight player, begin query for blocked user, which is, I mean, scanning if there's any chat users that are blocked, and then error, verify failed, build expression, blah blah blah, then file, sandbox release -11, client Windows Frontier, source Frontiers, tl local player.cpp. And I think this is just something that's again not anything related to the bug. This is just scanning the users that are in the chat to see if any of them is blocked. Then there's walk streaming display, try world game skills, blueprints, pets, passive skills, zoomies, blah blah blah. Push async loading. There are just so many errors that the game is throwing. That could be that. Walk data table warning. Queue data table, find row, U item ground, get item data, request invalid row, none from data table. Engine, transient, game engine, numbers, here game instance, blueprint. I'm gonna try and show you this. This seems like exactly some sort of desynchronization message that the game is not loading from the database. Like, look at the weird message. So that's one thing that could be indicating towards the bug that I was experiencing. A possible related message, but who knows? I mean, not a developer to say. So right now, as I suspected, the game has more pets than pet storage. So it has more pet varieties than pet storage. They forgot to increase the pet storage after adding so many new skins. I'm assuming all of those new skins they weren't planning on adding in the same update, but were probably for this and the future update that they were planning, and then in the end they decided to release everything that they worked on this one patch. It didn't cross their mind that 50 player storage won't be enough to house all the pets. If you want to have one of each. 70 maybe could have been enough, because if I go to my pet storage right now, I'm not sure if it's gonna vote. See, I'm sorting them by type, right? And yeah, I don't see a single one that's repeat. Okay, that one's repeating. But still, I've deleted 4 or 5 reindeer stack pets. So I'm at 49 out of 50 with those that I deleted. It would still go over 50. And I don't think those here are repeating right now. So we definitely don't have enough storage to have one of each. One of each pet skin. That reminds me, let me get a pet with skills on me. So yeah, there are so many things that that are broken that the list keeps growing and growing. And I would be surprised pleasantly if we get fixes. Surprise me pleasantly, and that's gonna be the best thing ever. Alright, that's gonna be it for tonight. It's 28 minutes after 2 in the morning. I need to go and make myself some food, eat something, because I've only had breakfast today. So keep it cool. Until next time from me, and goodbye.